up by 4% there with 68%. Remember, Virginia, you got to be careful, though, because the rural counties tend to come in a lot earlier. So that one could well yet go to Hillary Clinton. But no big surprises thus far. It is the map has stayed red states going Trump, blue states going Clinton, and we will keep you posted.
And throughout the night, Andrew, we'll watch those likely toss-ups. I think that's where we begin to really see. We've got some states that have closed: Colorado, Nevada, New Hampshire. New Hampshire is a tight race, and they've got a strong senatorial race as well as a strong gubernatorial candidate. So you've got a very tight race in New Hampshire. Those states, those few votes could make the difference.
I want to know if this pardoning of 60,000 inmates by Terry McAuliffe has the potential to literally give Hillary the state of Virginia, and why didn't the state assembly or the state senate or the courts stop him from doing this?
Yeah, and this is something that we've been tracking at Breitbart.com throughout the day, a lot of our latest headlines. And I gave my team a little pep talk at the beginning of the day that we don't really want to go out of our way talking about voter fraud unless we know it's going to be a legit story, that beware the conspiracy theories, beware of the people trying to...
No, but the governor pardoning 60,000 people just in time to get out there and vote is not a conspiracy theory of homeless people being bussed around.
Right, it's an actual act, and whether they go out and vote or not, the fact is that drives perception in politics.
And we have the headlines coming out with the president over the weekend literally encouraging illegal aliens to vote. It was a surreal moment. He actually said, if you're here, go and try to vote and let the people at the polls sort it out. A moment even for this president who stuns me quite frequently. That was particularly bad. But yes, up and down the country, you're hearing Colorado, computers crashing, Nevada, Trump sued over voting anomalies, the way he described it. A Louisiana voting machine somehow logged some votes before the polls opened, which is a new one. And then voting machines incorrectly spitting out the wrong vote in North Carolina. But Pennsylvania was the one where they actually had video of people repeatedly trying to vote for Trump and it turning to a Clinton vote after 3 tries, still going Clinton. And these are swing states, folks. I mean, these things could very well change an election if it does come down to 10 or 12 electoral votes.
David Webb, Andrew Wilkow, Alex Marlow. We've got a great lineup tonight. Richard Berg Anderson, the delegate man, will join us. He's got the math, 20 years of calling it by the numbers when it comes to the Electoral College. Pollsters Pat Caddell, Jessica Tarlov from Schoen Consulting. On the other side of the aisle, Lee Carter from Maslansky Plus and Partners. And also, for the first time, our coverage is being streamed at Breitbart.com. So if you really want to see what it looks like when Andrew and I sit in an office, now you get to see us sitting together on set here at SiriusXM. Alex Marlow at the Breaking News Desk will be checking in with Matt Boyle, who is at Trump headquarters. Jared Reesey, our White House correspondent for POTUS. He's over at Clinton headquarters around the country. We've got Kerry Pickett in Philadelphia. We've got reporters. We've got a great lineup tonight. Representative Steve King, Representative Marsha Blackburn, Ann Coulter, Michael Reagan, son of President Ronald Reagan, who will be in studio with us later on tonight. So just a great lineup. We are going to keep you up to date throughout the night. We're also going to take your calls.
Yeah.
Because Andrew and I, the one thing you and I do, we sit and we talk to listeners as well as they do at Breitbart. We want to hear from you. What are your thoughts? What do you think about the election? Did you vote? Who did you vote for? Why? Some people threw away their votes. They voted with a write-in candidate. They voted for the Libertarian ticket. Some may have voted for Jill Stein. Who knows? And Andrew, that brings up the point. Hidden voters. What's your thought on the hidden voters?
I think you're seeing a National Bradley effect. I think the media and Hollywood made voting for anyone other than Hillary Clinton feel like socially illegal. I mean, when you have literally millionaire pop stars one by one doing free concerts, celebrities on Twitter F-bombing anybody who isn't going to vote their way. You have, thanks to the WikiLeaks emails, we know that so many of these media figures were in direct contact with the Clinton administration and not the scheduling.
Questions. So they were suggesting
or passing questions.
Yes.
Yeah, or passing questions. If the hidden voter is a factor here, it's because they were so afraid to say, you know what, I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Is the Great Uprising, as was written by Pat Caddell in a great article this week, the American people. You and I were there at the beginning of the Tea Party movement.
Yeah,
Matter of fact,
yeah.
the organization in New York started in your office, as a matter of fact, with Nick Rizzuto. And it's been the populist uprising of people sick of the political class and the failures. Back to people who are counting the dollars as they look at their Obamacare costs, as they look at the deductibles that can go as high as $17,000. You can't afford that if you're the middle class.
Well, if
you can't afford $5,000.
If you're watching Venezuela and you're watching any society where the government promised to alleviate all need through government, well, where does government get the resources to alleviate need? It's got to take it from someone. It's got to confiscate it from someone and give it to someone else. And Margaret Thatcher might be becoming a dated reference, but she's right. You eventually run out of other people's money. And what was supposed to be a $2,500 a year reduction in Obamacare premiums became a $2,500, $5,000 and beyond increase. And people were paying more, but they weren't getting more.
Well, and the other thing about this is the big lie. There was never going to be a $2,500 savings because it was a savings for the person paying, but it was a cost to someone else.
Right.
Never reduced the actual cost of insurance, simply shifted the cost to a taxpayer.
When we talk about issues, I mean, look, I've often said that, and I'm sorry if I'm clearing my throat here because I've already been on for 3 hours today, that we talk about things that are, quite frankly, not mainstream. We don't do conversations with Maria Menounos. We're not doing Jenny McCarthy. We're not Ryan Seacrest. We're for the political junkies and the political junkies who think and vote and lean conservative. But when you look at something like health care premiums, that is what they call the kitchen table issue.
Exactly.
That's everybody. And even some Democrats, the New York Times had an interesting piece about people in New York City that they referred to as the cultural elite, finding their own plans being dropped. And so many of the people they interviewed said, had I known this, I would have voted for Romney.
Well, the thing is, Obama told us what he was going to do. The Democrats project what they're going to do, but the American people and the uninformed voter have continued to support them. Donald Trump, the first Republican candidate I have seen in my coverage of presidential elections, broke through the norm. I say he broke the emergency glass on so many issues. Now, we know that the sirens are going off and we have to do something with it. But he broke the emergency glass on these issues. He went into the black community. He went to the Hispanics. They're not monolithic groups. He went to women and he talked to them about issues. You're maybe offering me a chance, and I don't feel like I'm getting it.
Well, think about this. When he said, and I thought it was a profound thing to say, especially to black voters, what have you got to lose? And if you listen to voices like yourself, Sonny Johnson, Stacey Washington, Deneen Borelli, and others, they sort of echoed that if you are living a life that you feel is not up to your expectations, you don't like the schools your kids go to, you either question policing procedures or crime rates, you feel like jobs have left your community and haven't been replaced, but you've been voting for the same group of people your entire life. Your parents have been voting for those people. Your grandparents have been voting for those people. If you're living in Chicago or LA or Detroit and you've been living with a Democrat machine your entire life and somebody says, hey, what do you got to lose by voting for a Republican? That is a legitimate question to a voter.
The question I would have asked before that is one you and I have talked about is, what did you get? What did you get for unyielding support as a community for Democrats for 50 years? Then what have you got to lose? Watching one of the news channels earlier today, I saw Debbie Dingell, the congresswoman. Now, think about this.
You want to talk about an establishment member. When she inherited it from her husband. Didn't he inherit the seat from his dad?
But follow this line of reasoning, America, and to those of you that are in the district. Yes, John Dingell inherited it from his dad when he died young, I think at age 27. He kept the seat, which his wife Debbie now holds. If she serves her average term, that district will be represented by Dingells for 100 years.
Yeah.
A century of representation.
And it's the same people. And it's funny, I was talking to one of our counterparts, Nomiki Combs, before we came on the air, and of course the Progress people, the Insight people, everybody's doing their thing tonight. I said, one of the things that Donald Trump waded into that really, quite frankly, none of the other candidates did was term limits. And I said, I think this is one of those things that progressives and conservatives could agree upon, because the stains in both parties, who have been there forever, the Lindsey Grahams or whoever,
Mitch McConnell,
the Mitch
John
McConnells,
McCain, Ted Poe.
And on the other side of it, I said, look, I wouldn't be able to sit here every day and talk about Robert Byrd actually being in the Klan, because he would have been term limited out sometime in the 1960s, and you wouldn't have to put up with that anymore. We wouldn't be talking about Chappaquiddick Teddy. We wouldn't be talking about these things.
Or Charlie Rangel.
Or because these people would have been term limited out, and the party could always have fresh blood, and they're not responsible for their worst members who don't leave but for coffins and cuffs.
No, they don't. As a matter of fact, they want their 24 hours in the rotunda, and they go out and they get a funeral. Let's look at Arizona. Arizona is one of the great disappointments when it comes to the Senate for me. You have John McCain, another one of those long-term. He's not leaving anytime soon. And you have Jeff Flake, who's positioning himself to inherit John McCain's legacy and continue. And you look at that kind of play going on in a state, and then I have to ask the people of Arizona, how are you better served by simply turning over the legacy to the next legacy?
Yeah. I mean, if it's meet the new boss, same as the old boss, then you're going to get the same old, same old. And in that state, we've had Sheriff Paul Babu on the program pretty regularly. And the original case he was making when he was running as a sheriff in Pinell County was the border's unsecure, drugs are coming across, human smuggling. We need a law enforcement official in this seat. Him, David Clark, we love those guys. But then it was announced that Pinell County would have no access to the Obamacare market, and the rest of the state was going to see a 116% increase in Obamacare premiums. I would ask any Republican, what did you do to stop that?
Yeah, it's a very good question for the Republicans out there and the Republican establishment, which is now in disarray, and rightfully so. There needs to be a fight for the soul of this party, getting it back to its Republican values. Let's go back to the breaking news desk with Alex Marlow of Breitbart News Daily, and then we'll take a break. We're going to bring you in on this out there in the Patriot audience. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, sure, guys. If you check out the front page of Breitbart.com, we've got a live map, and you're seeing a lot of red states going red, a lot of blue states going blue. And all of those are non-surprises. We're keeping an eye on Florida, Virginia, and North Carolina right now. Florida with 93% in. Still, Donald Trump separating again. He's up to 1.7% lead. That's a 150,000 vote lead. Big state there. Predictably, Trump has seized the lead in North Carolina, which we predicted. He's up now 0.7%, and Trump is also... It's tightening in Virginia. Trump now up about 2.7%. He was up about 5% early. Those are the key states. Not a lot of surprises so far on the map. Trump at 128, Clinton at 97. Turning focus to some House races and to some other key governor races, things like that, which we will also bring to you. A big win for Republicans out in Indiana. Evan Bayh going down to Todd Young, and Marco Rubio also won re-election in Florida.
All right, we've got our delegate man on the line, the political analyst from the Green Papers, great website, thegreenpapers.com. Richard Berg Anderson joins us. Richard, you've been there with me all the way through this, and good to have you on tonight as we watch the electoral map count build.
Oh yes, it's the Super Bowl now, and it's exciting.
So let's talk about what you see so far. You've just heard Alex Marlow's summary of some of the early results. And what do you see right now in the Electoral College?
I agree with him. There are no real surprises so far. What I look at, besides the what people expected the states, how the people expected the states to go this time around, I also look at the historical view because I'm a big picture guy. And I looked at the states that, the way the states voted in presidential elections from the 1992 election on, because that's really the end of the Reagan era, and we got into this polarized, where you have a lot of states that have been blue, if not in all 6 elections. In 5 of the 6, you have states that are so-called red, and if not in all 6 elections, 5 of those 6 elections between 92 and 2012. And I don't, even analyzing it that way, I don't see any surprises at all. The states that tend to trend blue, if not having been blue 6 elections in a row so far that have been called, have gone to Hillary Clinton, and the states that trend Republican since '92, whether it's all 6 elections or 5 of the 6, have gone for Trump. So far, there's no real surprise. There's no real big wow. How did that person lose that? There are some interesting things going on, like looking at Florida, which Alex talked about before. And, of course, I was looking at Michigan, where last time I checked, I'm checking again, Trump has a 2% lead so far in Michigan with only 15% of the vote in. So there's a chance of some surprises out there.
What about Colorado? What about New Hampshire? Those are a couple of states that could be a factor this time around.
Yeah, well, Colorado, Clinton Azula has a big lead right now. That's only 32% in based on what I'm seeing. She has about an 11.5% lead, 32% of the vote in Colorado. New Hampshire, that's tight. I mean, that's
0.1%.
Right now, we're like within like 100 votes of each other with 19% of the vote in. That's at least the figures I'm seeing. You may have other figures from other sources that are more.
Well, you've been right so far throughout this entire primary cycle, so I'm going to put my money on you coming in with some good numbers. Andrew, when we look at some of the states that are likely toss-up, to me, New Hampshire is one of those states that could really change.
You got the Massachusetts voters who moved across the border for low taxes and then brought their stupid ideas with them.
Yeah.
You look at some of the anchors are focusing on Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. They just had a riot there. So riots are probably rarely good for Democrats because people who might have thought, I want the Democrats to win, they care more about public education or blah, blah, blah. If it means another riot's coming to their community, they might go, you know what, this time around I'm voting for a Republican.
Right, and as I think it was the mayor down there said, don't come down here to any candidates, and Hillary Clinton was itching to go and went there a week after. So ginning up that part of it may not work well. Richard, we'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Always good to have you on.
Well, thank you, and I'll be on again later tonight.
All right, thegreenpapers.com, and then, of course, streaming live on Breitbart.com. Andrew Wilkow, myself, Alex Marlow will be joined also by other pollsters, Ann Coulter, Kerry Pickett from the Daily Caller, Representative King, so many more. Nicholas Sarwark, chairman of the Libertarian National Committee. The Libertarians may play a role in this, but Andrew, I say very little. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen the Libertarian percentage drop, and Libertarians tend to come home.
No, you saw the Gary Johnson because the more questions he tried to answer, the more his poll numbers went down. I told a Libertarian friend of mine, I said, you know what the right answer would have been on what is Aleppo if he didn't know? Someplace I won't be bombing. If you don't know, if you don't know,
deflect the
it's
answer.
Someplace I wouldn't be bombing. That's an acceptable libertarian answer because they tend to be not isolationist but non-interventionist. And Gary Johnson literally said, "What's Aleppo?" Now you don't have to be a foreign policy wonk to say that's a really stupid answer. That if you don't have the answer, like I said, you pivot to the typical libertarian thing. That's someplace I won't be intervening. Okay, fine.
There you go.
You survived to fight another day on that one. When you say, what's Aleppo, he might as well have just come out and said, is that the fourth Marx brother?
Yeah, he really didn't do well on that one. All right, quick break here at the Patriot Studios. Wall-to-wall election coverage tonight. Andrew Wilkow, Alex Marlow, myself, streaming live at Breitbart.com. We'll call them as they come in. This is Balls and Strikes. I call this sports broadcasting for politics.
We're not going to be getting too emotional.
No, not at all.
Lot to be encouraged about, though, right now. We'll have some updates after the break.
All right, we'll be right back. 866-95-PATRIOT. 866-957-2874.
The Battle to 270 on SiriusXM Patriot 125. 70 continues now on SiriusXM Patriot Channel 125.
I hope that we as a people here in Florida, I hope we will set the example in this great state that while we can disagree on issues, we cannot share a country where people hate each other because of their political affiliations. We cannot move forward as a nation if we cannot have enlightened debates about tough issues. You can disagree with someone without hating them. And you can disagree with them without delegitimizing their point of view. That doesn't mean that our diversity will not continue to divide us on critical issues. It does mean that there is no way for this nation to move forward if we leave anyone behind.
Do you guys have any?
Does Marco Rubio sound like he's running for president in that speech?
Marco Rubio always sounds like he's running for president.
Well, Marco Rubio won in Florida. That was going to be a little tougher race, but it was expected. Andrew Wilkow here. We're in the Patriot studio. Full coverage tonight through the election as the results come in. Alex Marlow at the breaking news desk, or is it deck? I think we call it deck.
Yeah, we could call it the
You call it the deck. He's at the breaking news deck.
And by the way, as Marco Rubio may have been my 17th choice out of 17 in the primary, and I'm thrilled to see Marco Rubio win because he was the better of the two candidates running in the Florida Senate. It's not so hard, never Trump, guys. It's just not. It was a nice win for Marco Rubio, 8 points ahead in that race as well. But all eyes are on these swing states. We have a map that is what's known as a yellow map right now. A lot of states that are too close to call, and there's a lot of good signs for Trump supporters out there. All eyes on Florida, where Trump is maintaining a 1.5% lead with 94% of the polls in, obviously essential for him to pick that up. But if you look elsewhere, Ohio, Trump has sprinted out to an 8% lead with 3% reporting, which is one that Hillary, I think, had conceded that to him, but that margin for victory is a very good sign, I think, for Trump fans out there. Virginia, Trump's lead has narrowed to 2.5% there, but still 77% reporting. North Carolina also close with Trump with a 1.5% lead with 75% reporting. So again, a lot of these yellow states, though, places like New Hampshire, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has a 1% lead with 22% reporting, and even Michigan, Trump up 3.5%. This is a big, big map for Donald Trump.
All right, so I have a question for our pollsters, nonpartisan, being serious here.
Well, we've got both sides represented here. Then let's introduce them first.
So we can be part of
we have Jessica Tarlov, senior strategist at Schoen Consulting, Lee Carter, who is the president of Maslansky and Partners. So we brought in the pros to do this for us, and they're at the polling desk. So go ahead, Andrew.
All right, serious nonpartisan question. If you have a popular senator like Marco Rubio, even though he didn't endorse Trump, even though there was the whole little Marco and all that stuff, if we were looking at the early returns where all the networks were calling it for Rubio, shouldn't it stand to reason if they were going to vote for Rubio down ballot, they probably would have... How many voters do you think were Hillary Rubio voters?
I think there could be quite a few.
Really?
Actually.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
I mean, there's a lot of people who have said that they're going to be never Trumpers. They're going to vote all the way down ticket Republican, and they're going to vote the top of the ticket. So I think it's possible.
Lee Carter, has anyone ever been able to even get a measure of the never Trumpers, the size? Has anybody maybe get a number on this? It's kind of like the hidden vote. Which way, what's the real number?
It is the hidden vote, and I don't think we have real counts on it right now. But I do think that what we've seen is the unlikability numbers of Donald Trump are really, really high. But what's happened with the never Trumpers, there's a lot of people who said they were never Trumpers, and then the news broke by Comey and the FBI report. A lot of people said, you know what, I can't vote the other way either, so now what do I do? And a lot of people feel that they have to vote. So I really don't think that we have any sense of the size of that block.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Tarlov, go ahead.
Well, Nate Silver put it, he calls them shy Trump voters, who he said, he estimated that's about 7% of Republicans or right-leaning independents who are going to end up kind of coming home to him, even though they might publicly posture that they're never Trump. But to the point about what happened with Marco Rubio, I mean, in Pennsylvania, there were people targeting voters who are Clinton top of the ticket and Toomey in Senate. And
wow.
That was just, I mean, that was driven directly to those white college-educated suburban women who are going to break for Hillary Clinton, right? She's up 30 with them nationally. We'll see what happens tonight. And then they were going after the Toomey vote there. So I think that it is a phenomenon everywhere. And I think it's actually one of the most interesting things about this election. How did senators and congressmen and women to a lesser degree handle the Trump phenomenon, right? Like, do you get on board? What do you say? Is he a role model? Is he not? We'll see.
Or did you gain or lose if you
Right.
went never Trump or pro-Trump? You had Joe Heck in Nevada. he changed. You had Jeff Flake going against Trump. Alex, on the Never Trumpers on Breitbart, you guys reported a lot on this. What was your take?
Yeah, well, just my overall take on the whole thing. I mean, I just think that you have a clear choice in the election because you've got one person who's a very corrupt candidate, someone who has a record of pushing leftist values, and then you have an unknown. And so the unknown is not the leftist, and is the person who backed Obamacare and the person who backed so many of the things that the National Review crowd, they fought against all the values Hillary Clinton has for their entire lives, and they decide that they want her to be the president, which is, you have to be intellectually honest. Being Never Trump means Hillary will be the president. And if you can't make that connection, it's very tough to get through to you. I think the arguments were made pretty clear by the end of the campaign.
Well, we were talking earlier about a national Bradley effect. Do you think there's any truth to that some people just, I mean, pop culture kind of made being a Trump supporter socially illegal. Do you think that there was some people that if Donald Trump wins tonight, that and you're a Democrat pollster, that you have to go back to some of these Democrat, insiders and say, maybe we didn't factor in that some people were going to feel like they should just keep this to themselves?
I mean, we're going to find out tonight for sure, right? But
Yeah.
I do believe that there is a Bradley effect because having done a lot of online polls versus in-person focus groups or telephone polls, you have a totally different result. I think we saw that throughout the primaries. I think we saw, if you remember in Florida in the primary, we expected it to be a close race between Rubio and Trump, and he ended up winning by 19 points. So I don't think that we know. And then also remember, exit polls right now, we're not looking good for Donald Trump. We're seeing a better performance now than we expected based on the exit polls. Now, that could be because a lot of people who were at work and were working late in the day didn't get polled, but it could also be that you're face-to-face with somebody and you're going to tell them who you voted for. I have friends that have texted me all day long who said, I got there, I didn't know what I was going to do, and I voted for Trump or I voted for Hillary, and I don't want anyone to know.
All right, so let's check in on one of the other states, and it's a key state from the Trump campaign, and that is Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
the Keystone State. Kerry Pickett down in Philadelphia joins us now. Kerry Pickett with the Daily Caller. Kerry, how's it going down in Philadelphia?
Well, right now it is just too close to call, but with the polls closed, we could be going into some interesting territory here because there have been some lawsuits filed, and if things don't go the way for Trump, then they might be looking into those lawsuits. However, if things go the way for Clinton, then, or rather, if things don't go favorably for Clinton, then of course I would imagine that Trump would obviously be looking otherwise.
What's
But
the
right
turnout been like that you've seen down in the Philadelphia area? They had a big strike. That the strike ended. That was the SEPTA
Right.
strike, the public transportation. Did that have any effect from your observation in Philadelphia?
No, not really. And in fact, it was incredible turnout, particularly in the outer suburbs. What's interesting here, though, David, was that I went into a lot of the black neighborhoods, particularly in the polling areas there, where you would have particularly a lot of turnout for, say, Barack Obama in 2008, and as well as in 2012. And honestly, I did not see a lot of lines there, at least in the afternoons and then in the late afternoons. Where I did see a lot of lines, though, were kind of in the more middle class, upper middle class neighborhoods, and that may be something that could be working towards Trump. Of course, this all depends on whether or not there was a late surge late into the evening.
All right, I got one for you, Kerry. What about this local story out of Pittsburgh where people were complaining that they were trying to vote for Donald Trump and switched their vote 3 times? Some people actually recorded it happening. Was there any new information on that story out of Pittsburgh?
Right. Luckily, election officials were able to gather those machines. They are not going to be used or rather counted because those machines were considered to be faulty. That situation was also being claimed to have been going on over in Wilkes-Barre as well. So that situation was handled apparently. But once again, we also heard situations going on with poll observers on the GOP side being denied access into poll sites, minority inspectors being denied access into the poll sites, and that could be a big problem for the Democrats if the Democrats end up taking Pennsylvania.
Carrie Pickett with the Daily Caller down in Philadelphia, reporting from the Keystone State, a state that Donald Trump put a lot of effort into. Thank you, Carrie. You know, Andrew, when you look at this, and you and I know Pennsylvania fairly well, you look across the state, it's shifted. The Lehigh Valley, grown in population. You've got Philadelphia, the stronghold for the Democrats. It wags the dog in Pennsylvania. Do you think that Trump could pull out that mid part of the state and anywhere around Pittsburgh?
Look, looking at some of these races that were supposed to be, easy wins or at least lean likely towards Hillary, where it's neck and neck or Trump is up, I'd hate to be cliche, but I'm going to say anything's possible at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I have some breaking news on that front. And again, we're going off the AP projections tonight. No tinfoil hats here at the Patriot Channel. But the New York Times, their forecast now has Donald Trump as more likely to be the next president of the United States. So plenty of reason to stay tuned. Trump at a 54% chance to win, according to the New York Times right now. Exciting.
How many desks are being turned over on 8th Avenue and 42nd Street right now?
I feel bad for you because I'm about to flip my desk in the studio.
Wow.
Losing my mind.
I looked at the exit polls this afternoon, and I thought there is just no way that this is the conversation we'd be having tonight. And it's astounding to me because we were just talking earlier about the exit polls. Just in 2012, they were 5 points off, and we were saying, is that going to be the same case tonight? It's looking like it could be.
Well, the polls have been wrong before.
And this has been one of my obsessions at Breitbart, which is at Brexit, which I was there in the UK in London for the Brexit vote, where the polls had the Brexiteers losing 5 to even 10%
right,
on
there's a
election
13-point
day.
swing going into the Brexit vote.
Absolutely. And that's a little different because you're voting for your freedom versus the status quo. So you'd have to think that there was a little bit of an advantage.
Well, I would offer the contention that here we are voting for our freedom.
I think
freedom from bigger government,
most people
freedom
in this
from
room would agree.
Obamacare.
Donald Trump wants a bigger government than any other Republican
But I
ran.
will say this. It's one of the things that's most important to understand why people love Donald Trump. It's not about the man. It's about the movement. It is very similar in nature. I mean, Brexit didn't really have a leader. It had an ideal. And I think Donald Trump represents what a lot of people are looking for, which is change. There's 70% of Americans say that government is not working for them, that they want to see something different. Donald Trump is the change agent. A lot of people say, I wish that he were different, but I want that change. So I think it comes down to that.
But the exit polls, and I mean, listen, we might be facing an exit poll problem here, but it said that the change number was 38%, where it was over 50% throughout the campaign said they wanted to change, and it was much lower in the exit polls. So I'm not sure exactly what goes on there. And Hillary Clinton qualities like judgment and temperament had gone up in value. As for the Brexit question, I mean, the UK is a fraction of the size of our country, right? So, I mean, the analogy is rough there. And they did. I mean, Boris Johnson, who I worked for on his mayoral re-election campaign in 2012, and Nigel Farage, who was kind of like the loonier part of the leadership team, there were figures to attach to that, which I think is why it captivated so much of kind of this rural white English thing there. I mean, it's the same divides that urban areas were to remain. And
right, but one of the
outside,
stories of this election is going to be the media coverage and the confirmation bias, which is that a lot of times both sides, and I've said this on radio virtually every day the last few weeks, is I could give you 5 reasons Trump's going to win. I could give you 5 reasons Hillary's going to win. Yet if you tune into the Clinton News Network, you're getting a landslide for Hillary. And if you tune into Breitbart, then to be honest with you, we're keeping people upbeat. We're keeping people in the mindset that this could go Trump's way. And that's, at least we admit it, unlike CNN, who does not admit what they do.
Well, but CNN took her, I mean, in defense of the Clinton News Network or whatever you guys call it.
Yeah, that's what we call it.
Okay, just so I know the lingo
Yes.
for the rest of the night. I mean, they went under 270 for Clinton on Friday. It was a big deal. I mean, it was like a liberal explosion on my phone.
Somebody slipped when they
John
typed.
King was
you
like,
know what? Donna Brazil forgot to send them the right
that's
notes, and that's what happened.
Oh, that's what happened.
That's what happened. All right.
Look at the Real Clear Politics average went down to 206, and they only took it down just a slight amount. So,
Well,
there's
Carlos Slim wants his money back. Let's take a break here at the Patriot Studios in New York. Wall-to-wall coverage of election night, the race to 270. Representative Steve King from Iowa. That's a state that's surprising many people. He'll join us next. Andrew Wilkow, Alex Marlow, Jessica Tarlov, Schoen Consulting, and Lee Carter, Maslansky and Partners. We're all here for you tonight. We're going to start taking your calls as well. 866-95-PATRIOT, 857-2874. And streaming live, a unique event tonight that you can watch us. You can see what's playing out here in the studio on Breitbart.com. So, ladies, welcome to global coverage. We can reach you in every corner of America and all around the world. That table looks better than ours. Yeah, we look like a couple of guys over here.
No kidding.
Jessica, would you like some Trump water?
No.
I would.
Lee would.
We have some Kool-Aid for later.
Yeah, we have some Kool-Aid for you later. Quick break. We'll be back with Representative Steve King from Iowa 4.
All the attention and scrutiny never stopped her, never slowed her down. She rolled up her sleeves and got to work right on day one. I'm known for visiting every corner of the state, visiting 62 counties, each metropolitan area once a month, and when Hillary was senator, she worked just as hard all over New York. She created a bipartisan force in the Senate to boot. She is a progressive who likes to get things done. And boy, does she know how.
Now, if you don't know that
Wait, was that
voice,
Anthony Weiner?
Yeah, I was. No, the voice was a little too deep to be Anthony.
Okay.
It was Chucky Schmucky Schumer, as I like to call him, who, by the way, is betting on winning the Senate so he can be the big man in the Senate.
See, you have late night time slot, so you can use that expression.
Yes, I can't. I've been using it for years.
I can't use that at 7
No,
a.m.
me
with
neither.
the kids in the car.
Noon to 3, no way.
Look,
No.
I've called him that to his face.
Actually, my
so
kids
it's
are in the car with me when we listen to you. So
Exactly. No, I only use foul language in the 6 a.m. hour because I think of it as middle of the night. That's 3
on the
a.m.
West Coast.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
having the Breitbart moment when Andrew used
Yes.
to text everybody in the middle of the night. No, Andrew, we're actually all asleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, it's great to have Breitbart here. Just to round everything up, Andrew Wilkow. Andrew Wilkow and I share in the main desk here at the Patriot Studios. Alex Marlow with the breaking news deck. Jessica Tarlov from Schoen Consulting. Lee Carter from Maslansky Partners. And let's go to our congressman from Iowa 4, Representative Steve King, with us now. Steve, have you got some fried butter on hold in case you have to celebrate tonight?
Well, it's a little out of season here, but I imagine we'll be able to do that. There could be a lot of celebrations going on tonight if the analysts I've got watching these numbers come in are even close in their analysis. This is something. This is dramatic that's taking place right now across the country.
Well, look, it's early, so I tend to be very baseball-oriented, balls and strikes on this. Let's start with your home state before I pitch it over to Andrew Wilkow. Iowa, going for Trump. What happened?
Well, one of the things is that we had 17 presidential candidates out here competing, and there were more voters, more stones turned over for more voters in this caucus process than we'd ever had before. I think that Trump generated a lot of energy, and Cruz pulled a lot of people into the fold, and so did Ben Carson and others, and they came around. We were unified here in Iowa, and the governor, lieutenant governor, Chuck Grassley, Joni Ernst, our two senators, myself, and others, we stood up together to help pull Trump across the finish line. And I think that when you saw Iowa's numbers up, the polling in Iowa was probably more accurate than it was in some of the other states because we had identified the people that wanted to vote for these candidates early on, and we had a lot more political activity maybe than anywhere else, and that would perhaps New Hampshire even. That's part of it.
Congressman King, I was making this point earlier off air to our two pollsters sitting here, one of them being a Democrat, that if Obamacare harmed people in a way that was, irrespective to party affiliation or political point of view, I mean, when the government makes a promise that their premiums are going to go down, they're going to keep their doctor if they like their doctor, or keep their plan, and that turns out to not be true in so many cases, the insurers are exiting the marketplace. I think that makes people think that somebody else or somebody different, when Hillary says, I'm an agent of change, but I'm going to continue on with this Obamacare policy. If I'm a Democrat who might not be, real progressive or real liberal, just middle of the road Democrat, that might send me voting for the Republican.
Well, and people that just can't withstand those kind of premiums. I got a text this morning from a family farm operation, and his $10,000 deductible premium for last year was $13,264. His new premium next year is just short of $19,000. It's a 42.4% increase, and that's mom and pop operations all across this country. And I don't know how any of them could vote for more of that kind of premium increase. So I think that is a big deal. But also the Hillary emails and just the idea that we could be going through 6 months, a year and a half of investigation of the investigators to get at those who need to be investigated in a lawless administration that's almost certain to emerge if it's Hillary tonight.
Congressman, let me add a values question to this, and then I want to talk to our pollsters about how we got there in Iowa. But before we let you go, value voters and other conferences big in Iowa, do you think the values that you allude to, Hillary Clinton, the trustworthy factor, the criminal investigations, the ongoing Clinton Foundation investigation, that weighed on Iowa voters? And do you see that translating across the country?
Well, it definitely weighed on Iowa voters, and I don't know how much it transmitted itself across the country. But Iowans certainly care a lot about truth and honesty. And if they can't get that, then they don't know what kind of bill of goods are being sold. So they're very astute voters. I mean, it's all politics all the time here. And Carl Cameron tells me that they're maybe even more astute in New Hampshire. But when you do all politics all the time, when you sort through 17 presidential candidates, and when that happens, you've got a lot of people focusing on a lot of issues. And I just think they were some of the best informed voters in the country. Also, you stuck with the sports analogies. Here's one. The Cubs were down 3-1. And at that time, Trump was down 3-1 in Las Vegas. The Cubs went to enemy territory and swept it on what was the field? The same field that Trump is on. Progressive Field in Cleveland is the field that they won 3 in a row on to win the World Series. So I think there's something there about the sports of this. If the Cubs can win the World Series on Progressive Field by sweeping the 3 games, then Trump can win this tonight. And I think
you managed to tie the Cubs winning the World Series, first time since 1908. Trump, progressivism, and politics together. That's why I love having you on. Congressman Steve King from Iowa. Thank you, my friend. Save that fried butter someday. I might get to it. All right, let's go now to our chair of the Libertarian Party. Nicholas Sarwark joins us. Ladies, hold on. I still want to get to that poll question with you. But, Nicholas, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
All right. Andrew Wilkow's here with me.
How's it going?
It's going awesome. I'm here in Albuquerque, New Mexico at the Gary Johnson Watch Party.
Planning inauguration night, I suppose?
You never know what can happen. It sounds like some unexpected stuff has already happened. And, New Mexico is a Johnson stronghold. They still wave at him with all 5 fingers here.
Let me ask the question that Bill Weld talked about a couple of weeks ago on national TV. You're a minority party that entitles you to, I believe, $10 million in funding, listed as a minority party. If the Libertarian Party is able to gain, about 5%, then you're entitled to other placement in the coming election. Is that the real goal right now for the Libertarian Party? Because it's going to be Trump or Clinton. Gary Johnson and Bill Weld will not be president and vice president.
It's likely it would be a very narrow path for the Libertarian nominee to end up being the president tonight. And it doesn't look like a lot of those electoral paths are going to come together. But it's not so much the 5%. That does give you minor party status under the federal election rules and makes your presidential candidate eligible for a little over $10 million in matching funds. The biggest thing is that we're seeing Johnson's numbers are 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 times what he got in 2012. These are record numbers for the Libertarian Party. And in a lot of these states, he's covering the spread. And that's the point at which you start to have some real political clout in this country, when the 2 old party politicians had better learn to wake up to face some of these issues, like, rolling back the war on drugs and rolling back some of our foreign interventions that are killing our servicemen and women in other countries'
that's the
civil
platform.
wars.
What I want to talk about is tonight with the election. And what the goal of the party is. Gary Johnson is not going to be president. Bill Weld is not going to be vice president. Numbers have dwindled over the last 2 weeks. Libertarians tend to come home and go with the Republican Party. Ron Paul ran as a Republican. Why? There was a structure there. And I, by the way, am a fan of the Libertarian Party building a base and growing a state-by-state organization to become a greater factor so that we can have a third-party option in this country. So coming out of tonight, where does the Libertarian Party go next?
The next thing we look forward to is the 2018 midterm elections. We will have more states where we will achieve ballot access because of the vote totals tonight. For example, here in New Mexico, we will officially be a major party after tonight and have access to the gubernatorial ballot. And we'll keep doing some more of that organization so that, this year we ran about 600 or 700 candidates across the country as libertarians. I anticipate in the midterm elections we'll break those numbers and just continue to give people that option if they want to vote for more freedom instead of more of the same.
All right, Nicholas, great to have you on the show. We have wall-to-wall coverage here, and glad you could join us. Let us know if anything breaks out in the watch party. Maybe we'll come down and watch the watch party. I hear the Libertarians know how to throw down in New Mexico.
Oh, I was at the Ron Paul event in Manchester, New Hampshire. That was a party.
Yeah, they do know how to party.
They do.
All right. We've got a unanimous vote in here for the Libertarian Party after party. Thank you, Nicholas Sarwark, chairman of the Libertarian National Committee. Back here to the Patriot Studios, a couple of minutes to the top. I'll throw it to our posters, Andrew. We've got about 90 seconds. Ladies, quickly, any surprises in polling versus where we are? Just one or two examples. Anything for you. Jessica Tarlov.
Well, since we were just talking to a libertarian, I'd like to talk about protest voting for a second there. I mean, if they're pulling in, they're going to get their 5%, I think. And I mean, there are some counties in Florida, I think it was that Johnson and Stein got 238,000 votes, which could very well decide this. So, I mean, we're going to need to really think long and hard about the value of that. I know they're going to get $10 million out of it, but you may have destroyed my country.
I think it was unfair that they weren't invited to the presidential debates.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that if you are polling above 5, 6, 7%, just understanding how high the barriers to entry are, how much money that costs, that they should be on those stages. I think a lot of people would have preferred that.
I wanted to hear what Jill Stein had to say. I'm not going to agree with it, but I wanted to hear it.
Okay.
I think that the conversations are important conversations. You've got to respect everybody's opinion here. That's why we live in this country, and I think
Even
that they
Jill
should be
Stein.
heard.
That's right. Even Jill Stein.
You
That's
guys are
right.
pushing me, but yeah.
Yes, we want to hear from everybody. Andrew Wilkow, Alex Marlow, Jessica Tarlov, Lee Carter, Patriot Studios, streaming live on Breitbart.com, 866-957-2874. We'll be right back.
Voting finishes across the country tonight. The hosts of SiriusXM Patriot Channel 125 are here to bring you the results of the GOP fight to keep the majority in Congress and take back the White House in a quest to
make America great again.
Live from the SiriusXM studios in Midtown Manhattan, here are your hosts, Alex Marlow, Andrew Wilkow, and David Webb.
With the circus that has been the 2016 election coming to an end, these challenges will still remain, but so will the opportunities, and it is up to us to meet them. It starts with a basic understanding that no matter who you voted for today, we are all in this together. President Kennedy told us that our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet, we all breathe the same air, we all cherish our children's futures, and we all are mortal. If the President of the United States can summon that kind of grace and understanding at the height of the Cold War, surely we can find it in ourselves to give our fellow Americans the same benefit.
And there you have it, Tammy Duckworth, her winning speech. Now I don't know if that's a surprise to me,
No,
Andrew.
not at all.
Not that she beat. That was a very weak race for Kirk.
Yeah, he's a rhino.
Yeah, and he really didn't have strong support in either front from the establishment or from the populist uprising.
He also insulted a decorated war veteran for no apparent reason. So I don't think that ever wins you any favors if you're running against a disabled veteran to kind of mock her heritage.
I think that's a good point.
I think that doesn't help him, but his policies, ladies, Jessica Tarlov and Lee Carter with us, his policies are really what hurt him. What did he bring home for the state? What did he actually do? At our breaking news desk, Alex Marlow from Breitbart News Daily.
Yeah, guys, still we have not seen a swing state called. I think we could be getting close in a handful of states, but the electoral map is tight. Donald Trump 139 to Hillary Clinton's 104. A lot of races are being called right now as we speak, so we'll give you some updates, but a lot of focus is on Florida right now with 95% reporting. People have declared this a must-win for Trump. I happen to agree with them. He's up 1.5% or some 100 and about 100,000 votes with about 95% reporting. North Carolina is moving in the Trump side, 82% in. He's up by 3% there. And Virginia, Hillary Clinton has pulled ahead by a very slim margin, but that's likely to hold. Looking elsewhere on the electoral map, Hillary seems to be running up the score early on in Pennsylvania. Trump is doing the same thing in Georgia. Ohio is a big surprise here. Donald Trump has sprinted out to a 10% lead. I don't think anyone had that on their fantasy draft for these.
I think John Kasich just had a collective sigh.
and now here we go to the interesting ones. So far, with 24% reporting, Michigan has Donald Trump with a 4.2% lead. This is something where he campaigned heavily there towards the end. You saw Barack Obama campaign there. You saw Hillary Clinton campaign there. I don't think the Democrats thought they were going to be fighting this hard for Michigan. Also, Wisconsin right now with 30% in. Donald Trump has a 7% lead in Wisconsin. Early going there. Trump also has a slight lead in New Hampshire. So, again, we can't project any swing states for Trump now, and he's working against a hostile map where the Democrats are holding more ground. But he has a lot of opportunity here. Wisconsin, Michigan, Florida, New Hampshire. I mean, this is a good-looking map for Trump right now. And you are seeing the stock markets react unbelievably. The Dow Jones is down 466 points in after-hours trading. The S&P is down 3%. The NASDAQ is down 3%. You're seeing currency markets plummet with the expectation on a Trump presidency because a lot of these markets would prefer the globalist Hillary Clinton. So signs are indicating that Trump is well ahead of schedule.
All right, so I want to pick on a couple of states here and get a response from our pollsters, kind of how we got there, Andrew. North Carolina, Alex, you mentioned North Carolina. That's a tight race. First to Lee Carter. North Carolina, how did we get here? That's been such a 2% either way state for Obama, for Romney, and now?
And now here we are. I've been saying all along, we've been looking at the polls, and when you look at the polls the way they're done now, we're looking at likely voters. What does likely voters mean? It means people who voted in the last election, and it means people that came. So there was no way of knowing who was going to come out today because a Donald Trump voter is not a Mitt Romney voter. A Hillary Clinton voter is certainly not a Barack Obama voter. So much was speculative about what was going to happen. We didn't really know. But tracking the sentiment, tracking the message throughout the whole election, which is what I focus on, I have seen that independent voters have really been tracking with Donald Trump's message, not necessarily with Donald Trump himself, but with his message, with his ideas, and with his principles. And so I think what we're seeing tonight, these messages really did break through. And we're seeing the results. I don't think it's just the Bradley effect. I think what we're seeing here is that the polls weren't always talking to the right people.
That and you had a nice little riot.
Well, that does tend to change sentiment.
Or I like to call them Democrat Olympics.
Speaking of which, let's go to our Democrat pollster, Jessica Tarla from Schoen Consulting. Alex also mentioned Michigan. Now, That's an interesting one for me. I think Clinton bet a lot on Flint, on the water effect, what happened there. Anecdotally, I spent a lot of time in Michigan. I'm up there with the UAW Ford, a lot of other members. They raise money for charities. I talk to their members. They're not hardcore progressives. They may be Democrats, but they're more centrist. The polling in Michigan, where we are right now, and Alex, what did you say? Michigan is still within.
Plus
Where are we?
plus 5 for Trump right now. I think you
Yes,
said 4 or 5.
Just
Okay,
pulling up the latest data right now, it's about 4.6% lead for Trump with only 25%
Only
reporting.
25%.
So a
Right.
long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, we need to know what Detroit is going to
Yes.
do. That's basically where this is going to be decided. And I mean, this is something for all the states that we're talking about that are close now. We have to be looking at African American turnout and whether Hispanic turnout and, you know, whether it's women switching typical Republican. So white college educated women are going to flip over and vote Democrat this time. The Michigan thing I think is super interesting. I mean, first of all, Donald Trump had that huge victory there. The Clinton campaign, even though there wasn't early voting, has focused on it, but it's perfect for Donald Trump's I know you're going to say that's not what it is, but, you know, his kind of anti-free trade message, right, where he says, I'm going to get you trade deals that don't...
They've watched
Right.
jobs carry. They've watched
exactly,
jobs
where he can say
carrier.
NAFTA has cost us X amount of jobs. Hillary Clinton supported Bill Clinton when he went for this, even though there's some dispute about
And
that.
TPP.
And TPP, and you know me and whatever. Yes, exactly. So I think it's perfect for him in that way, and that was why they went there. And I think Mike Pence went as well. Wisconsin, I think, will be tougher, but the Clinton campaign, just from people I've spoken to, have been prepared for the possibility of a Michigan loss there, but not to lose kind of anything else central to the blue wall, as it were.
All right.
We're going to bring in Representative Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee. How you doing? Representative Blackburn, you there?
I am here.
How's it going tonight?
It is going great. Tennessee is in great shape, and we're liking these numbers we're hearing from Donald Trump and are very hopeful that he is going to win this election tonight.
Well, it seems like, and we have some of our pollsters here, and we're trying to be fair to them. It seems like a lot of the polling, is going Brexit. I mean, this was supposed to be not an easy win for Hillary Clinton, but there are some states where Trump is up. He's got a commanding lead, granted, not with all the votes in, but this is not over, and it's not going to be an easy road for Hillary should she win tonight.
I think you're exactly right on that, and I think as you head west, what they had not expected was getting into Michigan, getting into Wisconsin, and for Donald Trump to be doing this well. And you're exactly right, Andrew. It is kind of a Brexit-style pushback. When you look at the fact that almost all of Pennsylvania, except the Philadelphia area, except part of Pittsburgh, except part of Scranton, most of it is going to Trump. You look at what is happening in Michigan and Wisconsin. You look at the way Todd Young went in and won that Senate seat in Indiana. And then you turn around and look at how in Virginia, they are barely hanging on. They are barely hanging on to a very small lead in Virginia, and it's Tim Kaine's home state. And it just shows you the momentum is with Trump. It is with, we need an outsider. We need to shake up Washington. People are sick of the way things have been done. And Hillary Clinton, if by some chance she does end up winning, this will be a very difficult task for her, because what will have happened is, other than these urban populated areas, you have people all across this country who are saying, we have had it with the status quo, and we voted for change in Donald Trump.
All right, let's go down ballot. Representative Blackburn, Marsha Blackburn from Tennessee on the line. Down ballot matters in Tennessee. I think it's an easy one for the Republicans. But as you look at your colleagues across the country, in the Senate, of course, Tammy Duckworth just put one in the win column. What about the House? That's going to stay Republican, but are there key seats that you are concerned about?
Well, I know we're picking up some in Florida. Brian Mast has won that race in Florida. We're going to look at, I want to see what happens with Martha McSally's race. I hope she holds that seat in Arizona. Will Hurd in South Texas, we want to be sure that he is holding that seat. Kaufman in Colorado. All seats are important. We would like for everybody to come back. I know Micah lost his seat in Florida. So there will be some change with all the redistricting that took place in Florida and the map that was redrawn there. But I got to tell you, I think by and large, you're going to see us continue to hold a large majority in the House, and the Senate is going to stay in Republican control.
Well, we will see what happens with the Senate. That's where it matters. Should Hillary Clinton win, and even in a tie, they would have the majority, with the vice president being the tie-breaking vote. Representative Marsha Blackburn, good to have you on the show as we cover our wall-to-wall election results here across America. Thank you.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
All right, let's get some of the callers in on this. We never leave the Patriot audience out of it. 866-95-PATRIOT, Michael, Florida. We're doing it lightning round style tonight, Michael. We want to get everybody in. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah, just calling in from Pensacola. I was an absentee ballot out of Illinois. But I think the one thing that people are forgetting to think about is the Haitian vote out of Florida. I think the Haitian vote is going to be the ones that push Trump over the top, considering the Clinton Foundation and what they did down in Haiti.
You see, now I see that, working against her to some degree, but there aren't enough votes, Andrew. When you look at the Haitian population, even in Miami-Dade County, it may drive the perception. It may help suppress some votes for her. But that's a county that's gone through enormous changes. And I don't see the Haitian vote being a big factor. I see the story with the Clinton Foundation being the big factor.
Well, when you count the black vote, you got to remember Haitians they're not the African American vote, but they are black. And we on my program, we interviewed the former president of the Haitian Senate, Bernard Sansaric, and let me tell you something. We had to kind of calm him down. He was no fan of the Clintons, and he's since immigrated to the United States. I thought that was odd for somebody who was the president of the Senate, who's supposedly there to help out the country. But he told a very different story about the relationship between Haiti and the Clintons and the global initiative. And you're right, there might not be enough votes, but when you look at I think the New York Times had the black vote at 7% in Florida. That could be that 7%.
Right, a quick shift could do it. All right, ladies, our pollsters in the room. The minority vote as it's breaking so far. Jessica Tarlov from the left side, as you see this, not just the Haitian vote, the black community is not monolithic, the Hispanic community is not monolithic, but the message of the Clinton campaign was that if you're black, this is your issue, if you're Hispanic, this is your issue, and it's much more complex than that.
I think that it is more complex than that, but I also don't think it was an ineffective strategy. I mean, we'll see what happens by the end of the night, but there certainly hasn't been this Trumpian minority revolution that he was boasting was going to happen, So what I think is interesting is kind of Hispanics have gone as we thought. There's been a higher turnout, so we'll see where it ends up, and I don't think Trump is going to do better than Romney did there. But Asian Americans are more involved in this election than they were before, and they were breaking strongly for Clinton, especially in Florida. And we'll see what happens in California as well. So that's kind of what I had my eye on there. But you are right about the Haiti issue. It's just not enough people, I think, to make a difference in this election.
And I do think to the point about the Hispanic vote, what we were seeing in exit polls, and obviously the exit polls might be off, but what we were seeing is that the Hispanic vote wasn't going as wrong for Donald Trump as we said. He was getting about 25%, 22% of the votes. And that's a lot more than people were saying. A lot of people were saying he's going to get 0, he's going to get 3, he might get 7% of the votes. 25% is significantly more than that. And so he is running in line with Romney as far as the exit polls are concerned. The other thing that I think we need to look at is voter turnout. And so when we're looking at, there's no question that the black vote is going towards Hillary Clinton. But if that voter turnout does not come in the same enthusiasm, the same as it did for Barack Obama, that doesn't really mean as much. So it could be a net watch, and we could be seeing that while it is true that a lot of the minorities are going for Hillary Clinton, they aren't coming out in the numbers.
Well, it'll be interesting to see the age division, because we've already seen some breakdown here, and there was a great New York Times piece about how the black vote in America now is not monolithic, but it's on an age scale there, and millennial voters, millennial African Americans, are not nearly as excited about the Democratic candidate because maybe they have priorities that they want to see, Gary Johnson or a third party, or maybe they're just not interested in it. And kind of the idea that people would be as excited about Hillary Clinton as Barack Obama as the first black president always seemed strange to me, right? That you might.
I thought Bill Clinton was the first black president.
I had heard that, but I've heard that too. I don't think I can say that though as a white person.
Why not?
So.
We see on the Patriot channel you get to speak your mind.
Yeah, we're not politically correct correct her.
liberals.
No,
here.
I've noticed that. I've been offended like 10 times since I got here.
Oh, good. Well, then we're doing all right. We're going to double that. But, Andrew, the thing about the Hispanic vote, and I'm going to use a contrast between Texas, for instance, and Florida. In Texas, you've got about a 200-year track of Hispanics who have lived in America. They didn't buy the false narrative that somehow we stole Texas from Mexico.
Now, Eva Longoria says we did.
Right. Well, Eva Longoria didn't meet the guy named
Celebrities know everything.
and Juan Seguin, who fought alongside Sam Houston to free Texas. That's why we have Seguin, Texas. The Mexican history in Texas is not one of taking it from. It's fighting for freedom from Santa Ana. That is the Latino population that Donald Trump gets. That's the Latino population that may not, even if they don't go for Trump, may say, you know what, I'm also not for Hillary.
But you got, first of all, if you, we have this umbrella of Hispanic, even though if you confuse a Puerto Rican with a Mexican, they're gonna explain to you that there's a difference. But also, if you're looking at the difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration, when you see people coming in waves and droves, and it seems as if when they get here, they want to vote or maintain a certain sense of what the role of government is from where they came from. Mm-hmm. If someone from Venezuela comes to the Alicia Machado, no offense, forgetting all the other stuff, here's a woman from Venezuela who's telling us that we should start having policies that make the United States look a lot more like Venezuela. Well, how many Venezuelans are very happy with their government right now?
Oh, yeah, so how many of them are
whether you're Hispanic or black or Asian or Jewish, when you have people coming from places, they're fleeing poverty and violence, but they don't seem to be changing their tune on how they feel about government. It's like, well, why do we want to bring there to here? Because here will become there.
No,
I think that's a great point. I don't think that anyone heard anything from Alicia Machado except he called me Miss Piggy and Miss Housekeeping. I mean, that was her purpose in this election. But I totally take your point. You come to America and suit up and do it our way, right? Like we do it the best. And I'm totally with that. And
by the way, in a lot of these countries, and we're going to go to Richard Berg Anderson in a moment and get our electoral college update. But in a lot of these countries, they see the government differently. They see the military differently because there is, Andrew, I borrow this from you and I credit you with all the time. It's where the guns are pointed. If they're pointing inward at the population, you're not a free society. If they're pointed outward in your defense, then you're a freer society. And a lot of these countries, they see government and military together as one complex, and that doesn't translate well for the Alicia Machados of the world.
Well, that and, libertarians and some progressives complain that our police are becoming too militarized, but we have a distinct, separate difference between the United States military and law enforcement. And our military is always, even Colin Kaepernick will say that he supports the military. His question is with the police and with the system, but we've always seen our military as an agent of our freedom, not an agent of our oppression, whereas in some of these governments, there is no line between police and military.
Absolutely. Richard Berg Anderson joins us from the Green Papers, political analyst at thegreenpapers.com. Electoral college update. Where are we by the numbers, Richard?
Well, we still haven't seen any real surprises, in my opinion. The states that are called so far, states that were expected to go where they were expected to go based on what I was telling you the last time, which look at how the states have voted over the last 6 presidential elections. In addition to the data that was available just prior to the election itself. I think Hillary Clinton's breathing a little sigh of relief because it seems that she's won New Mexico. She's holding on in Virginia with 85% vote in. But the if you recall, when I was on last Tuesday, a week ago, I talked about the core, the Rust Belt, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. And in Michigan, although there's only 29% of the vote in, Trump is ahead by close to 5%. In Wisconsin, if it comes up here, he was ahead there, again, with less than half of the vote in. And,
Ohio, he's doing very, very well.
He's doing well in the Cleveland
Richard, I got to pause you there. You're starting to sound like you're on helium. I think we have a bad connection, and I know I've known you long enough to know that that's not your normal voice, my friend. So we're going to put a pause on that and check back in with you later on in the show. Richard Berg Anderson will be back, purveyor of the Green Papers. The technology sometimes it works that way. Andrew Wilkow.
I was trying to write you a note that, even though we're doing our own analysis, we have all of the studio monitors. We're not calling states until the Associated Press, but even CNN is showing that Trump is now pulling away in Florida. I'm not saying it's over. I'm not calling it. We're going to wait for Alex to get it from the Associated Press, but it looks like the margin's getting wider now in Florida.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I don't know. Richard said she's breathing a sigh of relief. I think she's holding her breath. I think both sides are holding their breath in this election. I said that if Hillary Clinton didn't run away with this tonight, that we were going to have a tight race, and this thing was really going to be a nail biter. We shall see.
It does look like Florida is pretty much out of reach for Hillary Clinton at this point, but the AP hasn't called it, so we're not calling it either. Some outlets are calling it, but there's a few states that actually are heading in Clinton's direction. So again, we're in a situation where she could find some good news here. Virginia, it looks like she has come from behind and is going to win there. We don't know for sure. It looks like New Mexico is very close to being called as well. She's got a big lead in Pennsylvania, but it is contracting, and we're about halfway through the count over there. Clinton's also ahead in Colorado, Iowa for the time being, though it's very early, and Maine, though it's early there as well. So there's some good news for Clinton on the map, but still Trump way ahead in Michigan for the time being. He's ahead in North Carolina. He's ahead in Florida. He's way ahead in Ohio. Trump maintaining a slight lead in Wisconsin as well. The map is much more favorable to Donald Trump at this point of the night. The New York Times now has it at an 81% chance Trump will be the president. But check this out, and you can already hear the controversy bubbling.
I'm telling anyone, don't walk under the New York Times building. This could be 1929 all over.
I think there's a lot of places around Manhattan you can't walk around tonight. Walk in the middle of the street, people.
And as predicted, the AP has called New Mexico for Hillary Clinton. So that is a swing state. So she has got a state that we did not know what the result was going to be going into today. Hillary gets the first one. What's interesting here is that the New York Times also projects that Clinton will end up winning the popular vote, though she's trailing by some distance right now in the popular vote. One thing that I want to get hot takes from everyone on is with the current tally, there's so far only been about 4% third-party vote. That's a lot lower than I was anticipating personally. Does that make sense to all of you, particularly you pollsters?
Ladies first. Lee Carter?
Does it make sense?
Yeah, it was only 4% with all those third-party candidates who we were told this is their best chance combined.
I think that their best chance sort of got thrown away some time ago. I think there were a lot of people.
What's Aleppo?
I think Gary Johnson lost it there. I think that Jill Stein lost it.
I think they're partying right now in New Mexico a little too hard at the Johnson Ranch.
I also have a lot of friends who are libertarians who wanted to love them, but Weld was going off and stumping for Hillary Clinton.
The thing about wanting to love a libertarian, they're not interventionists, so you never really get to the love. Jessica Tarlov, quick comment before we go to break.
That doesn't surprise me, though. I've seen that the votes in certain places are really high for third-party candidates, so we'll be able to kind of zero in on where that happened. I just wanted to add one thing that I think is interesting is that Trump is only up like about 5 in Arizona right now. And I'm not saying that I think the Clinton campaign is going to take Arizona, but I think there are weird pockets of things still happening all over the map. But 81% for the opt shot is madness.
Yeah, it's even closer than that. I know we have to take a break, but it is interesting that these smaller Western states are breaking harder towards Clinton than I certainly would have thought. And I don't know what trend that shows, but you could see her pick up the entire western part of the map and still come up short.
Well, if you ask for a trend in this election, get another opinion and get a third opinion. There is no trend. A quick break here in the studio. Quick update. Burr wins in North Carolina. Grassley reelected in Iowa. Andrew Wilkow in the studio. His Twitter, @WilkowMajority. We've got Jessica Tarlov, @JessicaTarlov. We've got Lee Carter, LH_Carter. I can believe I remembered that.
I'm impressed.
And, of course, Alex Marlow, the editor at Breitbart News Daily. Breitbart News on Twitter. And streaming live on Breitbart.com, our election coverage, literally wall to wall. We are heard everywhere in America and streaming globally at Breitbart.com.
Next, Continuing coverage of Election Night 2016. The Battle to 270 on SiriusXM Patriot 125. Election Night 2016 continues. SiriusXM Patriot 125.
Has been one of the greatest honors of my life. I can't even begin to express my gratitude to your generosity and your goodwill. However inadequate it may be, I just want to say to everybody I've been working with for all these years, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. All I can tell you is I will do everything. I will work my hardest to deserve this. Now, there's only one thing that could make this even more special, and that is the fact that I get to celebrate this evening with the people here in this room.
I'm with Andrew Wilkow. Our mouths are wide open here. I don't know what that was, but I think that goes along with what we just saw in North Carolina, Trump up by 143,000 votes.
We're sticking to our principle of officially calling things from the Associated Press, but both Fox and CNN have given Ohio to Donald Trump, and they're showing Donald Trump up significantly in North Carolina.
Right, and Virginia's still a close race, even though Hillary's up by 55,000 votes. So, look, this is going to be a potential
that's the people that got pardons today from Kerry McAuliffe.
That's right, yeah. Well, there's still got 5,000 more to go, and she'll be up by 60.
We are actually currently within the McAuliffe margin, as we call it. That would be 60,000.
Well, you can't expect all of them to turn out. I mean, if you lose 5,000 of the 60,000 you give pardons to, you're doing pretty good if you get 55,000 prisoners to the polls.
Besides, somebody's got to keep the crime rate up. I mean, come on. Some of them have work to do tonight.
Well, one thing, and this is a Breitbart guy injecting opinion about the media, is everyone can fan themselves now, just to present yourself from fainting.
Thank you.
The Ohio exit polls were dead tied today. Dead tied, and we right now have Donald Trump ahead 11%.
Yeah.
And if you think I'm not going to be gleeful in dancing on the media's faces about this, then I will be.
All right, just make sure we turn the camera on.
No,
Alex
I won't do it on the camera.
Dancing.
I won't do it on the camera. I'll only trash talk on camera. I'm
All
not
right.
going to do any dancing.
You're not going to pull a
Nothing
Tucker
physical.
Carlson on us and
Nothing
dance.
physical.
But I wanted to make a point. It's at some point in the program, and I think this is a good time to do it. Bloomberg did a piece on the mental health of Democrats versus Republicans, depending on who wins. And I don't feel emotionally invested in a political candidate. I'm not I'm not getting married. I'm not making a new friend. I don't know the people personally, even if the people we've interviewed, even the people that you and I have spent, like I maybe I know I could say hi to Rand and just say, hey, Rand, and he'll say hi back. But most of the people, I don't get emotionally invested in them, and I'm, not targeting Jessica with this, but it seems like Democrats get more emotionally invested in these elections, and I don't see us doing any celebratory dances should Donald Trump win, or committing suicide should Hillary Clinton win.
But I will add this to that.
I only take joy in beating the media. I don't take joy in beating anyone else. That's the only people I savor and I relish the experience.
I see the look on your face right now.
I want to know.
No, but everyone else I want to speak to, and I want to have a conversation with them. If we disagree politically, that's fine. It's just the media has lied about the race and about what Donald Trump's candidacy represents. They've lied about Breitbart repeatedly, and Hillary Clinton's closing arguments were both that we're racist, we're sexist, we're bigots, we're homophobes.
No, we're irredeemable, racist,
sexist, deplorables,
bigots, who are also deplorable.
But we're stronger together.
That's just it.
She wants to be the president for all Americans.
All aside from the
but
irredeemable
I'm irredeemable.
Ones.
How can she be president for an irredeemable sexist?
It's a faction of people. I mean, it wasn't ever.
No, she said half of Donald Trump's
them.
supporters fall into those baskets.
I think the 50% was a mistake to say that, but there are certainly on both sides. There are some people you don't want to be.
We're going to go down a slippery slope if we start talking about missteps. And
I'm too upset to do it. Anyway.
Yeah, let's not go with missteps. And Alex, you can dance with Jessica on or off camera. 866-95-PATRIOT. Let's go to our callers out there in the Patriot audience. Ray, Michigan, you're on. Andrew Wilkow in the studio. Alex Marlow from Breitbart News. Go ahead, Ray.
Alex, I haven't been this jacked since I talked to you in the Torch on the Daily Show. Michigan's going to go for Trump. We're up 5 points now. I work just outside of Detroit. Half my sales staff lives in the burbs. Half of them live in the cities. In the Republican areas and outside of Metro Detroit today, it was stacked to the wall. I've never seen that many people there at the polls. And in the urban areas, not too much. I think the UAW, the black auto worker, minority auto workers is going to kick Don over the top. I think it resonates with him. I think the same thing's going to happen in Pennsylvania. It looks like Ohio's going our way. And with Florida, I just don't know how he can lose with all 4 of those states.
There's a good point here, Alex, and take a look at and thank you, Ray. Thanks for the call. When you look at the Rust Belt effect, you've got Ohio going, that blends over. You got West Virginia, which has been turning Republican more and more. And you look at Pennsylvania, Western Pennsylvania, Alex, does that look stronger for Trump than usual, especially in the Pittsburgh area? Yeah,
Pennsylvania is a one bright spot for Hillary Clinton, but that is closing rapidly as we speak, David, and I'm going to get you the breakdown here momentarily for Donald Trump. Yeah, you're seeing pretty much the Pittsburgh area going hard blue for Hillary Clinton, and then the Philadelphia area up toward the northeast, you're seeing a lot of blue on the map, but still one of these states where you're seeing just overwhelming amounts of red on it. County after county going for Donald Trump. And again, this is a race that's too close to call Hillary the favorite, up about 4% with 55% reporting. But that's a gap that was 12% just about an hour ago, David. So that's tightening in a major way. But yes, this is one of these breakdowns where the urban centers voting overwhelmingly for Clinton. You're seeing in the Philadelphia area her with leads as much as in Philadelphia County, 81-16, and in the outskirts, beating Donald Trump by 15 or 20% on average. And then you go out into the rural and suburban areas, and you're seeing much stronger finishes for Trump. sometimes with as much of a 4-1 margin, and a few of those counties have yet to report. So you've got Clearfield County, you've got Lawrence County, and you've got Sullivan County, all in red areas, and we haven't seen any returns there. But there are a couple of counties that we do expect to go Democrat, so that one could go late into the night.
All right, let's stay in the Rust Belt with Rick. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, we got our co-host of Steele and Unger.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not Michael Steele who's calling in right now. It's Rick Unger, who's going to tell us just how excited and happy he is for the way things are going. He's a very how's it going, Rick Unger?
It's going great for me. I'm having a blast. I've been doing a bar hop, or as I call it, being on the ground in northeastern Ohio.
Are you on the ground, literally?
Yeah, literally, face down, right. And by the way, I was listening to your earlier conversation. This certainly doesn't go for the rest of you, but David Webb is deplorable. Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say politely, Rick.
No, let's get it right. I am irredeemable, Rick.
Well,
I am
clearly irredeemable. That doesn't even need
I
to be
began to
discussed.
refer to myself as the handle of the basket of deplorables.
You're holding them all together.
Yeah,
huh?
I carry them around.
That's right.
It's an interesting night, guys. Ohio's done. That's been declared for Mr. Trump. It certainly looks to me like he's got Florida. I was listening to, I don't know who it was that was talking. When you look at Pennsylvania, you got to look a little closely, because what you do see that a lot of the Philadelphia vote is in, which means that Hillary Clinton may be getting near her peak. But I'm also seeing that a lot of the larger Republican skewing counties, their votes are also in. So I continue to think Pennsylvania should hold. Same thing is happening in Virginia. North Carolina is a big question mark to me right now. So there is still a long way to go in this. I will say overall, Donald Trump is performing better than I had expected him to.
What's the sentiment there in the bar, Rick, besides the obvious ordering of drinks? What's going on there in Youngstown, Ohio?
It's been interesting because we've been going to a lot of places all day long. You know, this is big union territory, right? And what you find, certain unions, if you're a Teamster and you're here in Youngstown, Ohio, you are staying with Clinton. But other union people I'm talking to in different unions see it very differently. So you have kind of a cross-section here where union leadership may be staying with the Democrats, but you're seeing membership in some of these unions going the other way. In other cases, they're staying with them. Now, what's been interesting is Mahoning County. Youngstown is a part of Mahoning County, and understand that Mahoning County has really played critical roles in presidential elections time and time again. This is northeastern Ohio. And we kind of expected that Youngstown would come in for the Democrats, but we also kind of expect, when I say we, I've spent a lot of time with the mayor today, we thought that Mahoning County would probably end up going for Trump. It's not. Mahoning County's staying Democratic, but despite that, Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio.
Well, a very depressed John King is showing a map that looks like Donald Trump is going to have 283.
Yeah.
That's just a possible road. I don't think they're making the prediction now. I think they're showing a possible road.
Blitzer apparently actually just said, what's her path to 270, which is nothing that we've heard before.
Wow.
That's true. That's true. But yeah. I really caution people not to get too far ahead as you look at some.
We're not celebrating here, Rick. We're not, and we're not teasing Jessica or making her feel uncomfortable.
I mean, like a little teasing.
She has claimed that she's experienced a microaggression by sitting here at some point.
Do you have poor Jessica in there with you? Jessica. I'm so sorry.
Jessica was on Red Eye with me, and she pleasures the Fox audience. So now she's here to pleasure the Patriot audience, right, Jessica?
I beg your pardon. Don't talk that way about Jessica.
Yeah, don't talk that way about Jessica. I said it myself, Rick.
We do have a call.
We have some states to call?
Yeah, we do have a call, and it is Ohio, as predicted for Donald Trump. So he's rounding out his coalition of the states that he needed to win to get in the 260 range. Now, how does he get to 270? It could be Michigan. We will soon see.
All right, guys, let me go to the control room for a moment. Rick, do we have some sound you want to play for Rick there? I just want to check. Okay, we're good. All right, Rick Unger, co-host of Steele and Unger on POTUS 124 in Youngstown, Ohio. A very happy Rick Unger because now his work is done in Ohio as Ohio goes for Trump.
But the night goes on.
Yes, it does. Rick,
And you guys be nice to Jessica. I'm going to come her.
We're being very nice.
We're being very nice to
We all
Jessica.
heard that, including you, Alex, over there. I have an eye on you.
We're going to be very nice to Jessica. We're going to call you later if you're crying.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
All right. I know where you live. Rick Unger,
You know where
co-host
I
of
live.
Steele and Unger, back here to the studio. Let's get one of our callers in. Patriot audiences. Well, look, I'm with Andrew. Don't celebrate too early,
I'm not going to name names,
No.
but some hosts from the other channels are walking by with very long faces.
Yes. Yeah. Doug.
Just saying.
Doug, Chicago. Go ahead, Doug.
Say, you guys are going to be at the press conference, and he's going to kick out all the mainstream media, and they're going to be crying like little babies. And it'll be so good not to have to listen to Barack Obama talk about Hillary continuing his legacy of failures and not having to wear hip waders whenever he talks.
Well, we're not calling anything. We're not getting ahead of ourselves because we could, shoot our mouths off, and then next thing you know, Jessica's on top of the table with champagne because Hillary's winning.
Anything can happen. It's
Yeah, so
2016.
we're not going to make.
champagne.
I refuse to make a fool of myself in these situations.
No, and by the way, this is the issue we've had with the media all along, which is you've got the mainstream media has made it a point of obfuscating, attacking, being half truths. Many outlets out there doing that on the left. The New York Times, I wonder what's going on over there right now. I'm not kidding you. To have the New York Times come out with this kind of reporting as they did, it's like having the Daily News become a real paper again, or some of the others around the country that have gone way over the top.
Well, you know what? I was talking to Dave Gorab, our vice president of talk programming, and he's a fair guy. He oversees Progress and POTUS and Patriot and Insight. And we were talking about some of the people who've been caught in the WikiLeaks, coordinating with the campaign, passing questions. Heads should rightly roll for this, but it's been so many people. John Podesta had an off-the-record dinner at his house with 25 supposedly neutral reporters. That if people feel like the media is lying to them, if the media is acting more like propaganda and social conditioning than it is reporting on facts, information. We have two pollsters here. That is their job, is to gauge what people, whether they're Republican or Democrat or Independent, are thinking. If the people that claim to be neutral observers of human events come across as people that are totally corrupt from one side or the other, there's going to be a backlash to that. Yeah. And I think it should be expected.
I
I
couldn't agree with you more.
It goes along with the populist uprising, Lee. And by the way, Doug Schoen, who from the beginning of the Tea Party movement wrote about this in his book. And Doug and I have known each other a long time. Another fair guy who looks at things for what they are, that the American people, Jessica, have simply said enough to the political class.
I think that's right. And I mean, we're seeing this across the world, right? I mean, Donald Trump is not just an American phenomenon. He's, in the Philippines. He's all over Europe. And even if they haven't taken control of the whole country, there are people getting larger majorities in their versions of our Congress. What'll be interesting to see is how much liberals, if this does go Donald Trump's way, and there are some kind of newer indications, we'll wait for the AP, but there are some places that are saying she got Virginia and Colorado now.
Yes, the AP has called it as of a couple of minutes ago.
Okay.
So Hillary does hold on to Virginia.
Okay.
All right.
So, and I saw
by 60,000 votes.
I don't really care. It's not the time for that.
Right now, it's actually 59,000.
Oh, so 1,000 are working.
The other 1,000 felons are back committing other crimes to get thrown back in prison.
That's not how that system works. But it'll be interesting to me if Donald Trump wins, what conversation liberals have amongst ourselves about policies in the candidate, whether it was Donald Trump or it was that we picked the wrong candidate for this. What would be the difference? I don't think Bernie Sanders, frankly, could have done this.
No, Bernie Sanders couldn't win the presidency.
I don't think that would have worked because she's, building a coalition of independents and even some conservatives that would never have gone for Bernie Sanders.
What about Joe Biden?
Well, Joe Biden, I was watching him yesterday and I was like,
All right,
you want
let's
to call
go
that
to
one?
Alex. We've got a call coming in on Colorado.
We do have a call on Colorado. At just 16 seconds ago, it has been called for Hillary Clinton. So another swing state. So she's picked up a handful of swing states, and Donald Trump really only has the one, which is Ohio, yet still map looking good for Trump. But Hillary's picked up now New Mexico, Colorado, held on to Virginia. So certainly it's still a battle.
And North Carolina, which is getting close now, what's the status
Well,
of
Fox
North
is
Carolina?
calling it for
Fox
for-
is calling it for
I
Donald Trump.
have to be
but-
honest here. I'm looking at the numbers. I don't see how Hillary Clinton comes back from this. She's down 3.5%. I'm sorry, 4% with 90% reporting. I don't see what the math is on that. I'm looking at the counties. There are some blue counties that are still out there, but I think this one's going to go Trump very quickly. And
Now,
so,
that could. I mean,
And his
when you
lead, look at there it is in Florida on CNN. His lead is widening.
Right, and as you look at the
Yes,
electoral
and-
map, this is where we'll go
Look,
back to Richard Berg Anderson later. The numbers start to change here. She may pick up Colorado, but North Carolina counters that. North Carolina has 15 electoral votes. Colorado only 9.
yeah, that's a big Trump pickup there, or I mean that's a big thing for Trump to hold on to. I had circled on my personal map Florida, North Carolina, Ohio as things that he had to get, and it looks like he's going to get Florida. He has gotten Ohio. It looks like he's going to get North Carolina. So where are the next states that Trump is going to pick up?
All right, we'll leave it right there and go to break. 866-95-PATRIOT, 957-2874. You can weigh in on Twitter. We've got SiriusXM Patriot, Wilkow Majority, Breitbart News, Jessica Tarlov, LH_Carter for Lee Carter. And the hashtag tonight is election 2016. So you can weigh in there as well. And of course, go to Breitbart.com. How many chances do you get to see a full show played out for you? You can do that. The Patriot Studios, our big election night coverage. Okay, first of all, this is kind of cool. I got to say this.
Right.
When we talked about this coming out of the last cycle, what do we do? What do we do to go bigger next time? Look at this. We've got this big setup. We've got our breaking news deck. We've got Jessica Tarlov and Lee Carter there, our pollsters. We've got Andrew Wilkow and I. We've got our cameras. This is great. We'll be right back.
This is the Battle to 270 on SiriusXM Patriot 125. The battle to 270 continues. SiriusXM Patriot 125.
We don't know what we might face in the nation ahead. But we know this, that for over 240 years, Americans have always risen to the challenges whichever way they came. We'll not retreat in our commitment to the cause of freedom, to be one nation where liberty and justice is available to all. As Americans, we literally breathe the air of freedom every day, unlike so many other nations. Its courses through our veins, and thousands of Americans have shed their blood to guarantee we keep our liberty. Our hearts swell with pride knowing we live in the greatest land ever known to mankind.
Senator Richard Burr in North Carolina, of course. North Carolina, just an incredible story there. We talked about it earlier, Andrew. It's a 2% state, I call it. 2% either way makes a difference. You know, you quip about it, but there is a point about the riots that played out in Charlotte, and it does affect.
AP
and
just
we
called.
you know what, Alex?
Oh, yeah,
We're going to let you
We
do
got
this
big
one,
news
Alex.
right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Alex is smiling for a moment. I think he's about to dance.
This is
Go
a good
ahead.
one. I won't be doing any dancing. This is a very sober and somber day. Is it? I don't know. I don't know yet.
I'm going to go with sober and somber.
But Donald Trump is projected to win the state of Florida.
That's the Associated Press.
This is according to the Associated Press, which we have been relying on. The New York Times called this actually about an hour ago. We kept that from you guys because that's not the authority. The AP is the authority tonight. But yes, Florida has gone for Donald Trump to go with Ohio. Some big pickups out of the Obama coalition tonight for Donald Trump.
All right, I'm going to toss this to our pollsters because this has been a state that has been difficult to poll, including a Latino population, which is also hard to poll.
Yeah.
So first to Jessica Tarlov, your assessment of how the polls played out in Florida.
Well, I mean, big sad face on my end. No, there was an expectation that this could happen. It was super noisy the last couple of weeks where there'd be polls with him up kind of 3-5 or her up 3-5, and we're really banking on that high that I don't know what did that that high Latino turnout. So we'll have to look at the breakdown of what it is there, but. You know, it's a swing state for a reason. I'm sorry, I don't have a more elegant answer to this. But
Lee Carter from Mislansky Lunds. Now, Frank has done a lot of work down there in the state.
He has done.
You know, and what do you think?
Look, I think Florida it's an amazing state to visit. It's a terribly confusing state to analyze. And it is because it represents so much of what's going on in our country. We've got a large minority population. We've got a large immigrant population. We've got a lot of people that are coming from all different parts of the country. We've got Midwesterners that moved down to the state. So in many ways, it's a microcosm of our country. So when you look at Florida, it's really it can really project what's going to happen in the country. And it's so often come down to just this one place and a couple hundred or a couple thousand votes. And so when you look at it most recently, Florida was 1 point ahead for Clinton 2 days ago, 0.2 ahead for Trump yesterday, and here we are. I think, as Jessica said, I think we really have to go back and look at the polls and break down why this happened.
I want to bring a point of reality to this, however, Andrew, that, you know, while if you look at the electoral vote right now, you got Trump at 183 and Clinton at 131. When you add California into
I was
the
going to say,
mix,
California hasn't come in yet.
You've got a tight race, and it's, you know, that's pretty.
You can almost, what is it, 55 electoral
55,
votes? So you can give her that right now,
votes.
and that brings her right up to where Donald Trump is.
And the polls close there in about 5 or 6 minutes.
Right, but it's still
so we'll get those
far
in her
off
total.
from. I mean, even if this ends up being a Clinton win by a couple electoral votes, there's going to have to be a serious autopsy on the Democrat side of how this happened.
And I think there's a strong possibility looking at this right now that we could end up in a situation where she could win the Electoral College and he could win the popular vote or vice versa.
Nate Cohn from 538 is giving it a 66% chance that he's going to win the Electoral College and she's going to win the popular vote, which is not the way that we saw it going.
You know, it is, you know, and I don't want to get to autopsies yet. As far as I look at this, the crime scene, Andrew, is still being investigated politically. But, you know, when you look at the enthusiasm gap that's been out there, Donald Trump, and I was critical of this, I said, you've got great rallies with 10,000, 5,000, 20,000, but if you're in a town of 250,000, 20,000 isn't enough to win. I was worried about the ground game. I'm still concerned about the ground game. But if he was able to translate those votes, those 20,000 people to go and say, look, I'm going to bring 5 more to the table or 2 more to the table, then that enthusiasm may be part of the change in this uprising that's going on right now.
If you think government is part of the problem and you've got someone who's never been part of the government, they've never been part of the problem. That's a pretty simple way to look at it.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it's not necessarily just about him. It's about him, what he represents. And I think there's been so many criticisms about him. He's a bully. He's tough talk. Well, that's what people want. They want somebody to go down and bully around Washington, D.C. And I think that's what a lot of people are saying.
Some of us got sick of the intellectual stutter.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Just say it like it is. Don't stick your finger in there and take a poll.
A lot of the ways that he says it. I mean, this is not just, he's straight talk in some warped world, but I mean, he has higher unfavorables than she does, and she has bad unfavorables. But they're different
unfavorables, and that's an important point to this. She's got 30 years of unfavorables, and this is analysis, not right or left. His unfavorables are what I would call pop culture unfavorables. If you look at it, the statements. You've got Hillary Clinton, who's got charges. I mean, Americans are pretty fair as a population. And if someone's being constantly investigated, or if something they're attached to constantly being investigated, that's going to weigh over time on their heads. And they're going to ask the question of trust. So their unfavorables were different. I think they're not an apple to apple
and you can't compare the revelation that you have a public and private position to Abraham Lincoln. I'm sorry. Don't compare yourself to Abraham Lincoln unless you've either saved the republic from a civil war or freed the slaves.
I think Donald Trump said that he was better than Abraham Lincoln at some point. Didn't he say that?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've lost track of who said what.
Right. But also, I think it's important to look at. We're talking about likability numbers. I think we have to talk about trustworthy numbers too. So the bottom line is, we want to trust our leader to be on our side, to be working for us, the people. And her trustworthy numbers, just frankly, were worse than Donald Trump's. Not that either one of them had great trustworthy numbers, but I think that in looking back at what went wrong for her, she's got to take a look at that.
And the type of trust. All right, the next hour, we will look deeper into the electoral results. Alex Marlow at the Breaking News Desk. Coming up next hour, we've got Sam Sorbo, Jared Reese, who's at Hillary Clinton headquarters, and in the studio with us, Jessica Tarlev, Lee Carter, and Andrew Wilkow. A third hour coming up of election coverage. We're right here, wall to wall, all across the United States on the Patriot Channel and on Breitbart.com.
Tonight, America decides. From a field of 17 candidates, a businessman from New York.
I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
And the governor of Indiana.
I accept your nomination to run and serve as vice president of the United States of America.
Were selected to represent the Republican Party in the battle for 270. As voting finishes across the country tonight, the hosts of SiriusXM Patriot Channel 125 are here to bring you the results of the GOP fights to keep the majority in Congress and take back the White House in a quest to
make America great again.
Live from the SiriusXM studios in Midtown Manhattan, here are your hosts, Alex Marlow, Andrew Wilkow, and David Webb.
And you are joining us from our Patriot election headquarters, the Race to 270 here in New York City. At the breaking news desk, we have Alex Marlow from Breitbart News Daily, my co-host, Andrew Wilkow, host of the Wilkow Majority, noon to 3 on the Patriot Channel. Our two pollsters in the room, Jessica Tarla from Schoen Consulting, senior strategist, and Lee Carter, president of Maslansky Luntz, is with us. And your calls, of course, we're going to go right to it. 866-95-PATRIOT, 957-2874. Let's go first to Ken, Illinois. Ken, what do you think of the developments tonight?
It's amazing. I just want to say I'm watching you guys via the Breitbart News website. And
everybody wave to Ken. There you go. Hey, Ken.
So I listen to Alex Marlow every morning on the daily Breitbart News Daily, and Andrew Wilkow on the Wilkow Majority, and you, David Webb, on the David Webb Show. You guys all do an excellent job. And the reason I called is I wanted to talk about the decline of the old media versus like newspapers, Washington Times, Washington Post, New York Times, even news channels on the cable like MSNBC and even Fox News. I see their influence declining, and I see the rise of new media like Breitbart and other social media websites, and the role that they play in this election. I've been flipping around to other channels and websites, and everybody seems to be saying like, "Oh, we got all this all wrong. This isn't what we predicted. This is what we thought was going to happen." And I'm wondering how new media has affected that versus old media and their influence.
All right, so let me take that on, and I'm going to toss it to Alex Marlow. Then we'll go around to around the room to Andrew Wilkow and the ladies. Alex, I'm going to go back, and Ken, thank you for a call, to something that Andrew once said when he literally, as he often did, would kind of break into my studio in the middle of something, knocking things around, and he would talk about the show. And Andrew Breitbart had this, and he said, you're the one telling the truth, because here on the Patriot Channel, we've always asked people to give us their opinion, their analysis, bring the facts, support your arguments. As Andrew says on his show, these arguments cannot be broken. And new media has stepped up both from a point of technology and from a point of the counter to what was the big three, ABC, CBS, NBC, and of course the papers, the New York Times. Your analysis of where we are with new media today and its credibility, which is key to going forward.
Yeah, it's all about the First Amendment. Breitbart, for me, more than anything else, is we're free speech warriors. We're here for freedom of information, and if we think that if you can honestly share opinions and facts, then I think that our values are going to win out. And a lot of the times, we're not as ideological as people want us to be. I think there's a lot more diversity than we're given credit for, but our reporting is factual. And the UK Guardian and Vanity Fair have all begrudgingly said this election cycle that Breitbart's reporting is actually based on fact. They thought we were just some sort of conspiracy site until they actually bothered to read it. So we had 37 million readers last month for about 250 million page views. And these are all people who are getting data, they're getting ideas, they're getting arguments that they can go and share with their friends and family. And just a lot of people have not been reached with our values. And without talk radio, there's been no hope in the mainstream media. It's only been talk radio versus the world, versus talk radio and Matt Drudge versus the world. And that's been about it until the last couple of years. Now people can get news from a site that is not filtering it through a left-wing perspective and not sharing that with their audience.
All right, Andrew, let's get a quick one from you. We'll go to Sharon Day, and then I'll get back to the ladies in the studio. But, you and we went from music to talk. We have always been out front about our political views, but also, I can speak looking at your program and listening to you on a daily basis. It's analysis. It's thoughtful analysis.
Well, let me just point something out. I just want to say this is a rare bird in the talk radio industry. I actually have a journalism degree from a highly respected journalism program at the University of Florida. I've never used it for anything, but when I'm watching coverage or I'm reading an article, the my educational background lets me smell out some of the BS. And I think the rest of the world, thanks to new media and other people who've been able to sort of get out there and get between the lines and get into the biases of some of these reporters, have caught up to what it was that many of us knew was happening all along. It took some prominent anchors to get caught in some really bad situations, but that's when they got caught. It means it's been happening all this time. And even right now, you're seeing a difference even in the coverage of where the electoral map is right now. You have one network that's focusing on Dow futures and still keeping certain states uncalled, while giving certain states, calling them now to make it look like Hillary Clinton's ahead, and she's not. So are you a journalist or are you an activist? If you want to give your own opinion, then get into opinion media and stop pretending that you're calling it down the line.
Yeah, and
anyway.
It is interesting that the Clinton News Network has not called Florida yet. So that's still...
Yeah, everybody else has called Florida.
Still a toss-up.
But they've called California.
Well, Wolf is conferring with his associates. All right, let's go to the co-chairman of the Republican National Committee, who, by the way, this is a great moment in another way, which is private. When I filled in for you at the Blaze, I brought Sharon Day on your show. And I got
now you're talking history.
Now you're talking history. But Sharon Day is one of those warriors, grassroots organizers. And as the co-chairman of the RNC, Sharon, kudos to you for having injected that grassroots structure in the organization.
Well, I think that, again, you've seen, and I appreciate that, David, because we are grassroots activists, and we are the ones that fight on the ground game for every vote, and I'm very proud of my RNC. I know it's not it's not in the bank, but just an unbelievable night tonight. And I also want to agree with, I just actually said to somebody, they're calling hers a mediator with a lot less votes and a lot less percentages, and they won't give North Carolina, they won't give Florida, they won't give Michigan. They just keep hauling out until it's like 99.9%. Then they're going to give it away when he's at 108 votes ahead with 98, 99% of the vote in, 97% of the vote in Florida, still won't give it to him. It's amazing. But I think we talked about it last night when we were talking, David, and you said she's got that ground game. They keep talking about the ground game. And I said, I don't know what enthusiasm and energy has or what it means, but we've seen it out there with Trump. I saw it there. You did with the rallies. All of us did. And I will say, again, I have never worked for a candidate that's worked harder to earn the votes than Donald Trump has this election cycle. And for that, I am very proud to have had the opportunity to work alongside him, and as many of us have, at the rallies, and to do what he do, and to go to Michigan and to fight for every single one of those votes. And I'm very proud of what we're seeing out there from the ground game, from the activists, from those that, and I think I said it last night as well, the 45-year-old man that's never voted in his life, never registered vote, but told me I registered so I could vote for Donald Trump. That's the enthusiasm, the energy we were talking about last night that you cannot measure in the polls.
It's amazing. Some of the networks, like you just said, are holding on, while other networks, even the New York Times, has pretty much conceded this election to Donald Trump. Now, we're not doing that. It's not over. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. But this reminds me of 2004, when shortly after the East Coast polls closed, you would have thought, if you were a Midwest or West Coast voter, that John Kerry had it wrapped up. I feel like the media is getting in its own way and actually ruining things for its own credibility.
I have something here that's actually, I think people will agree is quite hilarious, which is the Clinton News Network has, with 93%.
You love saying that.
I do, very much. With 93% of the vote in, Donald Trump has a 5-point lead, yet they will refuse to call North Carolina, even though
they're not even calling Florida.
Yeah, so it's okay. So there you go. So they've just called it. I was standing there staring at it. I was going, how is she going to make up 5% out of 7% remaining? But yeah, that's them hanging on. Just some quick electoral map updates: that Wisconsin, Michigan, New Hampshire, all leaning Trump right now. So there's a lot of ways for him to make it to 270 right now, and of course Georgia as well. It looks like it's going to go Trump.
Well, Sharon, Florida, of course, that was a needed win and a good win for Trump.
That was a
give me the 2 or 3 other key wins that are needed right now. What are you looking at from the RNC perspective?
Well, we need, again, Michigan, Wisconsin would be a blessing. We need Wisconsin. We need Arizona to come in. North Carolina is, I don't know how big a win you've got. Like I said, we saw him give Colorado to her where it was like 5,000 votes or something, and 67% of the vote in, and they won't give us North Carolina. They won't give us Florida when it's, like I said, he's 118,000 votes ahead or something, and 97% of the vote in. They won't give us that. It's just amazing. But I think we're looking at, Michigan, what Donald Trump has done this election cycle, and I know many of us scratched our head going, what is he going there for? He's at midnight in Michigan. He turned the normal battleground states that the campaigns have done on their head. I think it's exciting. I really do, because I'm a 50 state. As you know me, we've talked about it. I think every state, you have to build every state strong. You have to build every state party strong, and you have to build every county. And I was just this past weekend, to tell you how serious we are about it, I was in Maine in the 2nd District. I traveled all over the 2nd District on Donald Trump's behalf to get that one vote in Maine in case we needed it.
Well,
And
every vote does matter.
And that's what Howard Dean
race.
believed, that 50-state strategy, too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We're seeing it work. And so I think Donald Trump has showed us a new map. And like I said, I've worked on a lot of presidential candidates over the years, a lot of candidates I've never say whatever you want to. I've never seen anybody work harder to ask for the vote and to reach out to every single opportunity he had to ask for that vote. And this candidate has done that, and I think that's what we're seeing out there.
Sharon Day, co-chairman of the Republican National Committee. Sharon, thank you for joining us tonight.
You're welcome. Have fun. It's been a good night, and hopefully we're looking forward to even better night.
All right. Thank you, Sharon.
Take care.
866-95-PATRIOT, 957-2874. Let's go to Chris in Indiana. Chris, you just heard from the co-chairman of the RNC, Indiana, another state that Trump did a lot of work in. Governor Pence obviously brought that one home.
Yeah, it was really good to hear from her, man. Let me say, I'm not usually one to flatter. Here in Indiana, in northwest Indiana, very Democratic. My first time voting was for actually Obama in 08. Or wasn't? Well, I didn't vote for him, but that was the election cycle. Again, in 12, I voted for McCain in 08, Romney in 12, and this time around, of course, voted for Trump. And let me tell you,
what was the reason for your vote?
What, for Trump?
Yeah, what was the reason for your vote for Trump?
Actually, let me tell you, I tried to get a hold of Alex this morning, and I didn't get on the Trump camp until about a month ago, and I was one of those never Trumpers, to be honest with you. I was going to lead another way.
What brought you to Trump? I got to go quickly to Alex, as a matter of fact. So what brought you to Trump?
What brought me to Trump was the fact that he mentioned Supreme Court nominees. He started talking, conservative values and everything, and it put me right on the page. And
all right, I got to stop you there, Chris. Thanks for the call. Supreme Court nominees, Alex Marlow. You were just brought into it. You guys can catch up tomorrow morning on Breitbart News Daily. But what have you got for us?
Yeah, North Carolina has been called by the Associated Press for Donald Trump.
So that is now official. So the electoral vote right now stands, I believe, at 202 for Clinton, Kane, 222 for Trump, Pence. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will get that updated.
Unless you're watching CNN.
Yeah, well, then who knows? But there are many a path to victory going forward for Donald Trump. Hillary's going to have to basically win out all these contested states, and she's trailing in all of them. It is looking like a very long night for the Clinton crowd, but I will try to give you more specifics momentarily.
All right, Jessica, that's typically what Alex just said. Clinton would have to win the contested states. That was usually what was said about Trump before the election. And again, I'm not calling it tonight, but to hear that.
I wouldn't, because there are a lot of West Coast states that haven't come in that we know are super liberal. So, listen, I'm not gloating about anything, but yeah, it's smart not to call it. This seems very in flux, but there's no doubt that he's outperforming where he was supposed to be by, at least 2 to 3 points in all of these places. I don't even know, from people I talked to in the Trump campaign, their internals for some of these in Florida didn't even look as good as it is right now. So it's going to be difficult. I heard over at the Javits Center, they've turned off the cable news networks. They're just listening to people talk, which is
They've turned off the Clinton News Network at the Javits
that
Center.
is not what it's called.
So
but
I think, when you look at what's happened tonight, like we talked about, there was one path for Donald Trump's victory, right? The one path was he had to win every state that Romney won. He had to win Florida, North Carolina, New Hampshire, and Ohio. And that's looking like and then he had to turn one more state blue. And everybody said, impossible. And right now, as you're ticking on those things off, it looks like every one of those things is happening. New Hampshire hasn't yet been called, but
he certainly could get Wisconsin.
Well, and also it looks like he's going to get Utah. So much for Evan McMullen and
Egg McMuffin.
Egg McMuffin and his.
Likes to call him.
I like Mulligan. It's like a second chance.
Yeah.
So no, but this and the listeners to the morning show know that my personal map was pretty similar to what we just discussed. It was everything. Romney had won, making sure to keep North Carolina, which the demographic shifted pretty heavily towards Democrats there. Had to pick up Florida, Ohio for sure. And I thought Iowa was going to be easy. Iowa is a battle right now with 35% in. It's almost a dead tie. So we'll see how that goes. And then he needed one of those medium-sized states or a couple of those smaller states out west. So he's not there yet. There is still a chance Hillary runs the table, but the math is looking very bad for her. As Wisconsin, Trump holds on to a 3% lead, and he's got a 2% lead in Michigan with 55% there. New Hampshire also trending Trump with about 2/3 of the vote in. He's got a good lead over there.
All right, so when we come back, we'll take a look at some of the other states. Right now, not when we come back to the breaking news deck. On the line with us, actress, author, former talk radio host, Sam Sorbo joins us. Sam, how are you? Taking a look at this from the left coast, by the way.
That's right. I'm on the left coast. I'm having a very nice evening, a much better evening than I had 4 years ago, and it's actually very exciting because you know how they say chivalry is dead or chivalry is not dead. It looks like capitalism may not be dead yet. As much as the Democrats want to kill the greatest engine for prosperity that the world has ever known, that humanity has ever known, the greatest engine for freedom that the world has ever known, it is not dead yet. And it seems like maybe the proletariat is waking up. So I'm very excited about this.
Sam, let me play I like to call it the estrogen card. Hillary Clinton played the card, said, deal me in as a woman. Women in the vote in this election. They said Trump would never get it, but if he continues this track, he has to pick up some support from female voters.
Oh, I mean, there's always going to be some support. I mean, the question was how many women, especially white college-educated women, was he going to drive away? And I mean, we don't know that yet. But the fact that
he got my wife, and she's got advanced degrees.
Well,
I know.
How many women the mainstream media can drive away? Because it's not his words that are driving them away; it's the mainstream media.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to curse on election night, but when people heard Trump in his own words talking with Billy Bush, that drove people away. That wasn't me.
That was an 11-year-old tape.
Oh, he was 59 years old. You're acting like it was like a 7-year-old saying something bad. He's an old man.
But you see, here's where Sam. Let me let Sam weigh in. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Sam.
I think women heard that, clever women, and they said, why are they trying to sell me this this stuff right now when we've seen Beyonce and Jay-Z who are privileged guests at the White House who talk about all kinds of nasty things specifically about women. When we see Hillary Clinton, who kowtows to countries that enslave women, that treat them as second-class citizens, that practice female genital mutilation, that practice really the enslavement of women, and she doesn't have a word to say about it.
Or Jay-Z assaulted an underage woman or a teenage girl on video.
Jay-Z's not on the ballot.
Yeah,
I just want to be really clear, though, because as someone who's been following this election for the last 19 months ad nauseum, every slice, dice, everything that's happened, that tape did have a big impact. And Donald Trump's polling numbers dropped by 10 points.
Right.
And we can mince words on polls and we can mince the numbers and look everything back. But what I think the polls have been very good at is tracking trends. That moment caused a huge shadow of doubt over Donald Trump's campaign. And his treatment of women was something that was a big question, but I think what people had to say, which is more important to me? That he did that 11 years ago? That he might talk a little bit, I don't want to say a little bit, that he might be, say things that are a lot rough. Or am I going to say, I know that this person has been involved in all of these things that we've seen on WikiLeaks, and which decision do I want? Do I want somebody who's going to bust up DC and change things, or do I want someone who's going to continue more of the same, even if he might say things that are rough? And I think that was a calculation that people had to make. And I think the numbers, we're going to have to look at the numbers on women, because I know this is going to be surprising to a lot of folks, including myself. I thought that the women vote was going to break much more for Hillary Clinton and make it a lot harder for Donald Trump to get here. But here we are, and it's looking like a very good night for Donald Trump.
Sam Sorbo online. Go ahead,
No,
Andrew.
I was just going to say that, for a lot of married women versus single women, when that happened, and I'm not being scientific, I'm only using my wife because she was with Trump very early on, that she knows the difference between, like, if we're having friends over and the guys break off and have a conversation. My wife knows organically that when the boys are talking without the wives around, that there's certain things we're going to say we don't say in front of our wives, and it is what it is, just guy talk. The idea that a wealthy, famous person would speak of what is offered, what comes along with the game of being a very wealthy celebrity in the United States, I think most people sought for that. And I'm not trying to upset Jessica with this, but how can you say that Bill Clinton's entire life record is old news when this tape was 11 years old and nobody was actually grabbed by their B word?
Well,
that's the other thing, is it was all talk. The question is what speaks louder, words or actions? And the problem that the people who touted this tape as so damning to Donald Trump, the problem that they faced is there was no action that was taken as a result of this tape. In fact, 11 years ago, NBC saw fit to keep Billy Bush on the air for 11 years. So clearly they didn't have a problem with it, but now we are.
I do have a quick news desk update if you guys.
All right, I think we just lost Sam's connection there, guys. Check on that for me. We'll get a final comment from her. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, so the next question is what's going to happen with the Senate. The Republicans are going to keep the House. And so is this a red wave? We saw that Tammy Duckworth won, and her race beating incumbent GOP Senator Mark Kirk. So that's a pickup there. But there's a few races that have been called for Republicans. In North Carolina, incumbent Richard Burr versus Deborah Ross. The incumbent GOP senator keeps the seat there. GOP State Representative Todd Young versus Evan Bayh. That one was another contested one. Young wins there. Rubio, Portman, and McCain all win their races, high-profile races. So
Ayotte's still the one that's the outlier. Is that's Ayotte versus Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire?
That's still out there.
Still out there.
Yeah, so there's 4 races. Toomey's out there. There's a Nevada for an open seat, and Missouri. There's another race, but also in another toss-up race, Senator Ron Johnson versus Russ Feingold. Johnson's projected to win, and that one wasn't close.
Right,
and
that's the bastion of progressivism, Wisconsin.
Right, yes. There you have it. All right, we've got Sam Sorbo back, so I want to ask this last question, Sam. You
Sure.
kind of alluded to this, and we kind of talked around it, but I want to get right to the point. We had offensive statements versus, as people see it out there, chargeable offenses. Do you think that's the decision Americans have made or are making today?
I wonder if they found those statements as offensive as they were told and instructed to find them. Do you know what I mean? It was barroom it was whatever they call it, locker room talk. I didn't actually find them offensive. I find a lot of other stuff much more offensive. I find what difference at this point does it make? Offensive. That is offensive to me. When you're talking about four patriotic Americans who died on Hillary Clinton's watch when she didn't bother to answer the phone and then lied to the American people repeatedly, week upon week, about what happened in Benghazi in order to win the election for Barack Obama. That is offensive to me. Some guy talking smack with another guy trying to impress him with the size of his whatever is not offensive to me. It's raunchy, but it's not. It's not what the mainstream media wanted me to think about it.
But there's also
a lot of women out there now.
Is there a truth to what offends academic or feminist activists is very different than what offends average women? I think there's a truth there. I think when you look at what offends Elizabeth Warren, it's very different than what offends everybody else.
Well, it's like it's a pretend offense. It's like, oh, look at that. That offends me because then I have power over the person who's done that thing.
I've got to say, as a woman who is a registered Republican, and I've got to say that language is offensive. And I think that people had to make a calculated decision about whether or not they were going to forgive it and say it was 11 years ago, or permit the behavior. But I think
you know what?
Many women felt that it was offensive.
Yeah, I have a rule. That's just sort of within my household about offense. You are not allowed to take offense if no offense was intended, because to take offense is to start a war. Okay? There was no offense intended. This was a private conversation between Donald Trump and Billy Bush. They should have been offended by each other, but for me to be offended by two people talking in private is absurd. And it shows me to be out looking for a war, which I don't need. There are plenty of wars out there. When the Secretary of State takes on Congress and throws her hands up in the air as if she's some weak victim and says there was nothing that I could possibly do for people who were in my care, that to me is offensive, because she has a responsibility to me and to the people of the United States. When the President of the United States lies to the American public right to their faces, and then admits that he lies, that's offensive to me, because he has a responsibility to me. Donald Trump, as a private citizen, as a celebrity to another celebrity, he owes me nothing at that point.
He also cannot
affect,
he also cannot affect your daily lives, in the sense that as that private citizen, nobody died. And those questions are big different with Hillary Clinton and the actions she's taken.
I don't know why it's so difficult. Listen, I mean, Sam, we feel very differently, I think, about just about everything. But I think that we can agree that it is fair to have an issue with what Donald Trump said.
Why did NBC do something about it when they had the tape 11 years ago?
Billy Bush still kept his job. Look, here's
why didn't he help out his cousin? I'm really wondering.
Why didn't Billy Bush, and I don't want to get too married because we've got to go to break, but why didn't Billy Bush on that tape say, you know what, Donald, you should stop saying that because I find that offensive? The difference I come back to, offensive statement versus chargeable offenses. And that's a fundamental
Somebody
choice.
at NBC sat on this tape. They knew damn well they had it. And while Donald Trump was a cash cow at The Apprentice, they didn't want to harm his good name until it was convenient.
There's not a debate about who's right now. Like, it wasn't right of anybody in this situation. NBC should have done something with it sooner. Why didn't they do something in the primaries when there were 17 people running for president?
Because they wanted him to win, and they thought Hillary was going to win in the end.
I get that there's offenses all the way around.
Those are all good questions, but I'll tell you what, we're not going to relitigate the offenses, because now the American people are voting. Sam Sorbo.
The reason that we're talking about this is so that we're not talking about WikiLeaks. This is my problem.
No, that's not what
All right, we've got to close it up here, guys, and go to break. Sam Sorbo, thank you, my friend, author, actress, radio host. It's so much more. I'll see you soon.
They're your kids. Name of my book. They're your kids.
They're your kids. Great book, too. All right, Sam, thank you for joining us. Let's take a quick break.
Election Night 2016 coverage continues next. The Battle to 270 on SiriusXM Patriot 125. Pedal to 270. SiriusXM Patriots coverage of election 2016 continues now.
866-95-PATRIOT, 957-2874 on Twitter at David Webb Show. Wall-to-wall coverage, the race to 270, Andrew Wilkow, Alex Marlow, Jessica Tarlov, Lee Carter, and now to Clinton headquarters, White House correspondent for the POTUS channel, Jared Reese. Jared, how are you?
David, I'm good, although I can't say the same for the crowd here at the Javits Center for the last 2 hours or so. It's been pretty bleak. They've been clinging to any good news that has possibly come out of the screen. They've had CNN or MSNBC on the big screen that'll be behind Hillary Clinton when she's speaking tonight, but it has not there's not a lot of good news, although they are responding positively to whatever does come out. Something looks like a rehash now of Virginia, but they're still applauding it here at the Javits Center. I will tell you also that surrogates have been nowhere to be found again for about the last 2 hours or so. Once the momentum started shifting, I'm not sure if that was coincidental because nobody has responded to my repeated questions about it. So things are not the night that a lot of the Clinton staffers here were anticipating.
Was that loud applause there because they just announced that she won Washington State?
I'm not sure. It's where I'm seated right now, Andrew. It looks it may have been, and I will tell you that is not the that is not the smallest thing they've cheered for so far.
I have a guess on this.
Votes.
I have a guess on this.
Go ahead, Alex.
California has voted to legalize pot. That's my guess.
All right.
That was a reaction. They're reacting to that.
All right, Jared, you said no one's come out from the campaign. Has anyone come out on the stage and made any form of announcement at Clinton headquarters?
No announcement, David, although there have been some part of the regular scheduled speeches that we were supposed to hear. We've heard from Senator Schumer, Senator Gillibrand, Mayor de Blasio has been out here, a couple other people, mostly New York locals. They've kept it very New York-centric here at the Javits Center in Western Manhattan. So, this has been, as we overlook the Hudson River and the blue Hillary logo light filling the room where the sun shone just briefly hours ago. We actually had a result 4 years ago and 8 years ago at this hour. We are not closer to a result, but certainly closer than we were a couple hours ago. The Clinton camp not happy about which way this has turned.
Are you talking to anyone who, I'm not, we're not gloating here, okay? Like I said, I've seen some of you're on our POTUS channel. We're seeing some of the other people walking around here with very long faces. Are you talking to people who are, what are you getting from people who are talking to you? Because you can't name names kind of off the record. Like, what are you getting from people who are talking to you?
Andrew, honestly, it's been pretty bleak. I mean, there's been a non-responsive nature about a lot of the logistical questions. They've been pretty clear that at some point Hillary Clinton will come out tonight. And, I haven't heard anybody willing to talk to me about the possibility of a narrow map. A couple hours ago, we were talking about Donald Trump's narrow map to 270. Now we're talking about Hillary Clinton's narrow map to 270. She's basically got to stave off the upper Midwest, and that may not be possible at this point.
Well, Georgia was just called for Donald Trump, so now we have that added to it. The Western votes still have to come in. There's a lot of Western states. Jared, does the Clinton campaign give you any indication? You said you've asked around. Have you gotten any indication of what they're doing? Has she left the hotel? Is she at the headquarters? Where is she?
She is still watching the results with staff as of what was, and that was the news that we got 8 hours ago, David. So I have not gotten an update since then, and that's saying something. So I'm really, I have no current information as to where she is right now. I'm guessing somewhere close by because that's where she's been all night. But we don't know. The only, like I said, surrogates have been thin on the ground. The only one I've seen, Senator Feinstein, California, did a KTLA hit right in front of me. But other than that, nobody has been out here in the area doing these hits. But again, 2-3 hours ago, it was pretty. You couldn't swing anything without hitting a few Clinton surrogates. So they've all retreated somewhere, whether that is by design or, as is much more likely, because they don't want to talk about the news that's coming out right now. that is remains to be seen. But this is where we are tonight.
All right, well, Jared Rizzi at Clinton headquarters. Thank you, Jared. We'll check back with you.
Yes, please. Thanks, David. Thanks.
All right, back to the studio here in New York City at our SiriusXM headquarters. The electoral count, 239 to 209, but we have a long way to go, folks. Like Andrew Wilkow says, we're not gloating.
No,
we're not going to call this. We're not going to play that game. First to the ladies, then back to the breaking news desk with Alex Marlow from Breitbart. Your thoughts on where we are, electoral counts? Let's go to the western states, Jessica. You brought them up before.
Oh, I mean, they're going to hold up for her. It doesn't look like they're going to be surprises there. I've seen the AP hasn't called it, but others have called Wisconsin for Trump at this point, and we'll see when the AP does it.
What about the Midwest in that area? That is fair game, isn't it?
It seems to be, and like I said earlier in the show, it's kind of where his message was tailor-made for. That should be home base for him. So I guess in that sense, it's not that surprising. We're seeing Michigan tighten extensively, and Alex will talk about that more. Clinton now officially needs that. That's not negotiable at this point.
That's right.
So, Lee?
Yeah, I think that looking at the polls, I was just looking through what we said, where we were off was in places like Michigan, like places like Pennsylvania. I think these Midwestern states are very confusing. And as we were talking about earlier, the likely voters that they are the voters that have voted before. I think that Donald Trump bought out a lot of people in these Rust Belt states who had given up on voting. And I've heard Eric Trump talk about it. I've heard even Mr. Trump talk about it himself. He's gone to these places and he's talked to folks who says, I have not voted in 20 years, and here I am. And so I think that's going to explain some of the differences in the polls, and I would not be surprised to see the entire middle of the country go red.
We had the early snap poll in the exit polls at about 5 o'clock today, Alex. Since then, we've had a second round at 10 o'clock. Do you see any new news coming out of that? Because at 10 o'clock, of course, you get the local races being called. You get a lot of the new exits coming out.
Yeah, it's hard to say where the exit polls, why we would even be reading them at this point. It's an embarrassing night for the exit poll crowd. I was mocked by the Columbia Journalism Review for finding an exit poll from Reuters that I highlighted. And I want to read this to some of you guys. This is from a Reuters exit poll that we featured at Breitbart.com. It's still there on the front page. I've kept it up there all night. 75% agree that America needs a strong leader to take the country back from the rich and powerful. It's pretty overwhelming. 72% agree the American economy is rigged to advance the rich and powerful. This is Reuters, known right-wing outlet, Reuters. 68% agree that traditional parties and politicians don't care about people like me. And the one that's, of course, my favorite, 76% believe the mainstream media is more interested in making money than telling the truth. These are all things that would suggest Donald Trump is going to win the election. Yet I highlighted them on Breitbart, and I was mocked by the authority in journalism, Columbia Journalism Review, for doing so. Other than that, every other exit poll I read was dead wrong. So I don't really know what more we can rely on them at this point. Because even if Hillary does run the tables on the remaining states and is able to eke out a narrow victory, everything we were told by the media was completely false. And her path is getting darker. If you look at the vote in Michigan, it's tightening, but only red counties remain. Counties that have gone 10 to 15% for Mitt Romney in 2012. There's a few other precincts that are still out there, but not looking good. And Wisconsin, only one county has not reported yet, and that's a red county as well. So it is looking like the map is closing fast on Hillary Clinton.
Where is Missouri? Did we get a call on that yet?
I believe we have had a call in Missouri. Yeah. Let me double check for you.
Missouri.
Trump was up like 15 points in Missouri. That wasn't even going to be close.
So there wasn't even a question there. Yeah, I didn't remember when we discussed that one.
Trying to focus on the swing states for the sake of time, but I should have mentioned that. Correct.
I don't know if this is going to make any sense to anyone else, but I've been thinking a lot about how, we look at the maps and it's in red and blue, right? And it's purple before and, lean colors. And I wonder if we have to start having like an establishment versus an outsider color scheme, and if this is just really beyond candidates and it's about
I think it's
about
actually
movements.
a valid question.
Because if you look at what listen to what thank you, earning my keep. I mean, if you listen to what Alex is saying there about the only exit poll numbers that are mattering, it's change questions, right? Elites, mainstream media, rich and powerful versus the rest of us. And that's not Republican or Democrat. That's just outsider, insider. And so looking at this right now, looking at all of these maps, the colors don't make sense to me because that's what this was all about.
That's the very definition of a populist uprising in this country. Look, people, they decried the Tea Party and they wrote its obituary. But what stood were the principles, Andrew, the principles of limited government, of responsible government. Even more than that, while even left and right can disagree on the role of government, the fact is that government wasn't being responsible with the promise that was coming from the elected officials.
You know what it is about Donald Trump that a lot of people do like? I early on in the campaign said, it's not about whether or not he's a rich guy. Everybody knows he's a rich guy, but he's a rich guy like the Rodney Dangerfield character in Caddyshack. I mean, he's and who happens to be a real estate developer, Al Chervin, you know. But he came across like that very early on in this campaign. But when you look at, this is going to sound really counterintuitive. Hillary came across as somebody who's been in the makeup mirror for 40 years, like, I'm going to be president one day. One day they'll all listen to me. They'll follow me. They'll do it. And this is something I've warned about for a long time. I think people are sick of it's someone's turn. It was first Boehner's turn, then it was Ryan's turn. After Romney conceded to McCain, it became Romney's turn. And McCain conceded to Bush, so it became McCain's turn. And at some point, it was Dole's turn. This whole it's their turn thing, that's not how people pick a candidate. That's how parties pick a candidate. And when Donald Trump kind of came across as, I really don't need this. You wonder, why would we vote for somebody who's kind of telling us they don't really need to be doing this? It makes them feel more authentic than somebody who's desperately been trying to climb the ladder of power.
All right, let's take a quick break here from our Patriot headquarters in New York City. We'll be right back.
The Battle to 270 on SiriusXM Patriot 125. will be the choice of the people. The battle to Sioux 70 continues now on SiriusXM Patriot Channel 125.
I mentioned last night I never had, as you know, a hometown growing up. The Navy was my home and my parents' home until I got married and I got Arizona. This magnificent place I love so much as a home. My family and children, it's the greatest gift I've ever received. Campaigns are harder on the campaign's family than the candidate, and I put my family through quite a few. I think this might be the last. Thank you for your love and support. Thank you for everything. And that, my friends, with a full heart and ready to get back to work for you, I'll say good night and thank you one last time for making me the luckiest guy I know. God bless.
You have private insurance, I'm sure. You work here.
John McCain speaking from his headquarters. Joining us in just a couple of minutes, we'll have Mike Reagan, former son of former President Reagan. Let's go to Brian in Ohio for a quick comment. Brian, go ahead.
I know it's still early, and I know we still got a lot of states that we got to win. But the last person that won the election without winning Ohio was JFK in 1960.
Okay.
Let's sit on that.
But that state's already been called, so
Yeah. It's nice.
Unless you're watching CNN.
Right, where Clinton will win.
Clinton already won. Actually,
Clinton won, and she already gave her acceptance speech. All right, Brian, I got your point on that. But let's go right now. The son of President Ronald Reagan joins us, Michael Reagan. My friend, you've been a busy man all day. You and I started this conversation, as we do many of our conversations, from the beginning of this race, and you have, sent your advice through, and I've passed on a good amount of it, and it seems as if when they paid attention to what you said, stayed on message, focused, put out a vision, it worked. And right now, I'm not calling it, but this is not the race that I expected tonight.
Oh, I don't think anybody did. Right now, they're putting suicide nets at the Javits Center. I don't think anybody expects, but you're right. I mean, just so people know, listen to the show. I couldn't get a hold of Trump. I couldn't get a hold of anybody and say, let me help you. Let me give you some ideas. Let me tell you what the things you need to do. Don't hire Paul Manafort. Don't hire Roger Stone. Don't hire those people. I'm the one that fired him in my dad's, when my dad was running for office. And, I couldn't get through. Nobody could do. So I started using my Twitter feed at Reagan World to put out the things that I thought he needed to do. And I got holy hell from the Trump train people for doing that. And I would call you on the phone and say, he needs to do this. He needs to do that. And thank God, at some point you sat there and you had that line in where you were able to talk to them and give them some ideas what they needed to do. Because I was like a frustrated guy out here with all the campaigns I've been involved in. But you know what happens, David, is the last name is Reagan. And people don't want to come to me and get knowledge from me on all this stuff I know. Instead, they're only interested in getting my name. And I can't give out my father's name and put the Reagan stamp on people. But you know what I can do is tell you what you need to do to win elections, because I was involved in winning elections. And so you were a great help to me, and I'm glad you were able to get the messages through. But meanwhile, I took the slings and the arrows and the shots from the Trump train people like, man, how can you say that? What do you think? And all I was doing was putting out information. You need to do this. You need to do that. You can't say this. You can't say that. And something, if he wins it tonight, it really is because of the last 2 weeks. And the fact is he showed people he actually wanted to be president of the United States. I think up until 2 weeks ago, people weren't sure if he really wanted to win. The last 2 weeks of work he put in, he showed them, hey, I want to be president of the United States. And if he wins, it's because of that.
Well, does it also show that saying it's Hillary Clinton's turn and it's time for a first woman president, that was not enough? She tried to sell herself as somebody who was going to bring change, but kind of told us that she was going to do everything the same as Barack Obama. Whereas Barack Obama, whether we were happy about it or not, he kind of said, look, I'm a clean break from the things you don't like about George Bush.
Yeah, absolutely right.
you can hope this just stays steady for tonight and what have you. But no matter what happens, Trump has proven a point. And the Republican Party is going to have to figure out who are we, where are we going, what is the future of this party. You have the first Republican, honestly, you know this as well as anybody, who actually went into the black community and told them what they needed to hear. He wasn't afraid to go into a community and talk to the community and tell them what they needed to hear. And it's probably the northern blacks who were more supportive of Bernie that ultimately have helped him in, like, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and other places. More the southern blacks who, in fact, were more in the Hillary camp. The northern blacks, I think, who were in the Bernie camp, ended up being in the Trump camp.
You know, Michael, you've always said this, and you've said it over the years. You know, don't look for the next Ronald Reagan, and I'm paraphrasing you, of course. Look for the next leader. And right now, the Republican Party is in a bit of a come-to-Jesus moment with itself between the well-entrenched establishment and the Republican principles that the Republican base is demanding.
Yeah, and you're right. And what's happened is Trump winning tonight shows that he came past that ceiling of 43%. That, in fact, he has put together a new coalition of the Republican Party that included the Reagan Democrats from Pennsylvania and other places. He had a message for them. No other Republicans really had that kind of message for them as strong as he would voice it, and he voiced it very strongly.
Can you think of a state that's most shocking that Donald Trump won tonight?
Can I think of what?
One state. Like, I would say I'm pretty shocked that he's taken Wisconsin. Can you think of a state that's kind of like, I can't believe Donald Trump won that state tonight?
Yeah, you know something, I will tell you, I think I am surprised that Ohio was as big a win as it was. I'm not surprised by Florida and what have you. I would be surprised if he won California.
Now that would be.
I can't take it. Don't even joke about that.
Boy,
there are certain things that we have to have be true.
Oh, and he just won Utah. It's now official, Michael. So Egg McMuffin had no effect there. I'm sorry, Evan McMullen had no effect there. You know what my surprise is, Michael? Michael Reagan on the line with us. It's North Carolina. I think that's the one. I think that's the important surprise of the night for Trump, or one of them.
Well, you know, Trump has been telling us for 2 weeks what he's going to win and what he's, where he's strong, who's going to vote for him, what have you. I'm surprised because should he go through and win, he won because women actually showed up for Donald Trump. He won because the Hispanic population actually showed up for Donald Trump. Mike Gardner at home, Miguel, who's a great guy, been my gardener for 20-some odd years. We joked for the last year. He said, I go home every night, practice building that damn wall. and I say to him, I said, Miguel, are you on the right side of the wall when you finish it? You don't want to you didn't have to make a door to get home, do you? He says, no, I figured it out. But there's a lot of Hispanics, and like he would tell me, there's a lot of Hispanics who supported Trump who were absolutely afraid, as he was, to say anything in their community to other Hispanics for fear of the backlash from people within their own community.
There's your Bradley effect.
What happened is they showed up tonight.
Yeah, that's the hidden vote out there. Michael, you've done great work over the year. I know you were busy tonight. Go enjoy a nice night out with Colleen, and safe travels home, my friend.
Yeah, do that. And remember to tell Dom, you were my secret weapon getting stuff to him, no matter what I was doing on Twitter. Right, okay.
I'll make sure I do, man. I will see you soon. Michael Reagan, son of President Ronald Reagan.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
All right, my friend.
Wow, Donald Trump won Utah even with Evan McMullen getting 21% of the vote.
Yeah.
This is actually one of the surprises of the night, that Trump would get over 50%. There are some polls that had him in the low 20s on this one. And this is one where the Republican establishment, or many of them, really wanted Trump to underperform.
You know what that tells me right now, with Ohio going for Trump so much and Egg McMuffin going down in Utah, that John Kasich's political career is over.
You think?
I'm embarrassed for the way. I don't know if it'll keep me from ever getting booked on CNN ever again. But I'm actually kind of embarrassed for them the way they're hanging on. Now they finally have put Trump in the lead, but they've been hanging on to these states that he's clearly won and keeping them gold and not red.
And by the way, Michigan is still looking good for Trump right now.
Yeah.
And that, Jessica, we got about a minute to the top. That's actually a little surprising to me that the Flint effect didn't plan out in Michigan.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see the African American turnout numbers, because I think that'll tell the story in North Carolina as well. I mean, you know that President Obama is going to be taking this very personally, since he made a direct appeal, and he's, carry her like you carried me.
Right. But he made the biggest argument against her in 2008.
Yeah, but people change their minds. It's politics,
Oh.
you know.
So there's no honesty is what you're saying.
It was funny when he said that sexism was in the air. Well, was it in the air when he was running against her?
Yeah, when
No,
the
it was.
black
There was
man
also
beat the white
racism in
woman,
there.
was it sexism?
No, I mean, guys, please. I have enough salt in my wounds in this moment. That
We're
you
not-
don't have to take Obama away from me.
We are not rubbing salt in the wounds.
No. I don't know. I think it's going to be very hard for a lot of people, whether you are a Trump backer or a Clinton backer, to really understand the magnitude of what we are watching unfold right now, because it's bigger than anyone besides Trump himself,
And
I guess,
look-
predicted.
I mean, the stock markets are playing that out too. I mean, the stock markets are going crazy. We don't know the impact of what we're watching right now.
All right, we're going to take a break here in the show. We're going to carry over into a fourth hour of coverage tonight. And, of course, Andrew Wilkow, Alex Marlow, Lee Carter, Jessica Tarlov, and live on Breitbart.com, where you can watch the show tonight.
Tonight, America decides. From a field of 17 candidates, a businessman from New York.
I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
And the governor of Indiana.
I accept your nomination to run and serve as Vice President of the United States of America.
Were selected to represent the Republican Party in the battle for 270. As voting finishes across the country tonight, the hosts of SiriusXM Patriot Channel 125 are here to bring you the results of the GOP fights to keep the majority in Congress and take back the White House in a quest to
make America great again.
Live from the SiriusXM studios in Midtown Manhattan, here are your hosts, Alex Marlow, Andrew Wilkow, and David Webb.
My message has been pretty consistent. I believe America has given us a chance, an opportunity to put this nation on the right path. It's exactly what I intend to do. As Tony said, 6 years ago, I promised I'll always tell you the truth. I'll never vote, I'll never act with my reelection in mind. Well, that's obvious. This is my final term. So I approach the next 6 years with a seriousness of purpose. We've got a shot. We've got a chance. We've got to put America on the right path. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to be concentrating on the areas of agreement. And here's the number one area of agreement that we start with. As Americans, as Wisconsinites, we really do share the same goal. We all want a safe, prosperous, secure Wisconsin America.
Ron Johnson speaking there, and again, the Republican wave continues down ballot. There's no decision at the presidential level. The numbers right now, 255 Trump-Pence, Clinton-Kaine 209. That's the Electoral College count. We are a long way to go in the final hour of coverage here for this portion of the night. We'll continue with Cam and Company from NRAnews.com. They'll pick up after us. And then, of course, Tom Rose. And then in the morning, Alex Marlow, who probably won't get any sleep tonight, will just simply stay up and join you for Breitbart News Daily.
You know, some of these Republicans that are benefiting from being down ballot in what is appearing to head toward a Trump victory, any Republican that didn't endorse Trump or stayed away from Trump or acted, out in a never Trump way, there's going to be a let's have a talk moment because they kind of owe him a thank you. Ron Johnson was supposed to lose that race big.
Right. And the other thing of this is win or lose, Donald Trump not only is the leader of a movement within the Republican Party, I say, in fact, he really is the leader of the Republican Party right now.
He is.
I think Paul Ryan is facing a challenge to his style of leadership.
I mean, Donald Trump, if he were to win tonight, would have won despite the fact that the establishment Republicans did
worked
nothing
against him.
Really to help him.
You know what?
Yeah.
This is something from early on that when you look at the 2012 shellacking that Mitt Romney took, where he could have made Benghazi a bigger issue. He could have pushed back on Harry Reid, who claimed to have seen his tax returns. He could have done a way better job of pushing back. He didn't. And then the Republicans said, we got to have this big, this big postmortem. We're going to bring in diverse voices. We're going to find out what the Republican Party needs to do to regain a majority party. And what did the establishment come up with?
Same thing.
Jeb Bush. The answer, the answer after 8 years of the most toxic name, after Barack Obama, a relative newcomer with very little experience at the federal level, came in and said, I'm going to break. He also broke from Hillary Clinton. We were playing clips of him saying she's close to the bankers, she's close to the, the globalists and all these things. He said, I'm a real progressive who doesn't have all of this stuff. Yeah, he had Bill Ayers and he had the Weather Underground and all this stuff. That was not enough to close the deal for John McCain or Mitt Romney. But to come back with Jeb Bush, you got to be out of your damned mind to think that was a good idea.
And the fact is, it didn't work. When you look at what happened in the primary with the 17 initially, and where we are to get to Donald Trump, they didn't resonate with the voters. So no matter what,
the primary voters, I mean, it was a different mood. If we think back, also a year and a half ago. But I just okay. So tomorrow, let's say we wake up, or we're. It just is tomorrow, whatever. And, how does it? It's a Donald Trump presidency, and he is the way that he is, and these guys are still in Congress, right? I mean, and the poll continues towards this kind of populism. I mean, how does anything get done? I mean, how do Democrats and Republicans work together in this scenario?
All right, I mentioned him just a moment ago. We've got Cam Edwards on with us, host of Cam and Company from NRAnews.com, who will pick up live coverage after we finish here tonight. Hey, brother, how are you?
I am good. How are y'all?
All right, look, we're not calling it but balls and strikes tonight, but the mood is certainly a little bit better on the right, and maybe, just maybe, there won't be as many gun sales tomorrow.
We'll see. There might be some sales. You might be able to pick up some bargains. But, so far I got to say it looks like a pretty good night for the Second Amendment. We have seen NRA-endorsed senatorial candidates like Ron Johnson win election. You saw Todd Young win in Indiana. We're also seeing background check referendums in Maine right now. There's the quote-unquote universal background check referendum that Michael Bloomberg put on the ballot. Right now, the no votes are narrowly leading in Maine right now. It's 51-49 no to expand those background checks, with 61% of the vote in. We've also seen some very pro-gun control state lawmakers around the country get voted out of office. It looks like in Iowa, Steve Sodders, who has been a real roadblock to getting gun legislation through the legislature, looks like he's going to lose his state Senate seat. And, again, we've got a long way to go, but right now things are looking pretty good for the Second Amendment around the country.
And speaking of the Second Amendment, Andrew Wilkow. I mean,
I might go out and buy a gun just to celebrate tomorrow.
Exactly.
It's my own little thing.
You know, even my mother reminded me, and living in New Jersey, you know how hard it is to get that permit in New Jersey, at least for concealed carry or any form of that. You know, I bet even New Jersey is going to have a come to Jesus meeting with some of their changes.
You know, as soon as Chris Christie gets out of there, they're going to import every single Andrew Cuomo idea. I mean, we're going to get the SAFE Act, we're going to get the bans, we're going to get the magazine thing. I mean, it's all coming. And they're going to do it on purpose. If Donald Trump wins tonight, New Jersey state Democrats are going to go on the war path.
Yeah, vengeful legislation coming out of New Jersey and some of the other states. Have you done any polling, either of you, on, I guess you want to call it the Second Amendment rights and Second Amendment in America? Jessica?
Yeah, well, I work for Doug Schoen, and we do the polling for Bloomberg for his super PAC, and so we do a lot of gun control stuff. And, you know, Americans overwhelmingly want universal background checks. I mean, that's a priority. It's 90% of Americans, and those are people who are gun owners, not gun owners, et cetera. So, I mean...
Well, they're not getting 90% in Maine tonight.
Yes, maybe they're not getting 90% in Maine tonight. So there is consensus on that. But, I mean, I'm not sure how much gun control is factoring into this election. But
what Cam's talking about, I think, is more down ballot. Is that correct, Cam?
Yes.
Well, this is, you know, again, this is a statewide vote in Maine. And right now, with, you know, over 60% of the vote in on this background check referendum, 64% of the vote is in no to expanding background checks, 51% yes, 49%. In Nevada, this is also on the ballot. And right now, it's about 53% of voters in Nevada are approving expanding background checks. So, again, you know, it's in the lead in Nevada. We'll see what the final numbers are. But it's not anywhere close to 90%. And I think that's because Americans are starting to wake up and realize that they need to read the fine print on these referendums. It's really easy to say, should we expand background checks? But when you look at how narrow these exemptions are and some of the common things that can all of a sudden become a crime when laws like this are put in place, I think that does give Americans some pause. Americans want to know that we're doing what we can to stop violent criminals from getting firearms. Unfortunately for the gun control movement and Michael Bloomberg, what they're offering seems to impact law-abiding gun owners far more than it impacts violent criminals.
You know, Donald Trump talked about effectively having reciprocity across the nation. One of the issues that you run into where you have to get overlapping states, get licensed in different states. Cam, where do we stand with that? Do you see that as a possibility should there be a Trump presidency?
I definitely do, particularly if Republicans are able to hold on to the Senate. You've got the numbers, I think, in the House. I think the roadblock has been the Obama White House for a right to carry reciprocity bill. So I think that it would garner a lot of support from even some Democrats in the House and Senate. You might be able to get over 60 votes for that measure. I think it'd be really, really close to 60. And I think that, you know, look, Donald Trump has already said if he's president that he would sign that legislation.
Well, you know, it's funny, and I warned Democrat callers about this situation. I said, don't go all in for this idea that same-sex marriage licenses in states where it's legal should automatically transfer to states that haven't approved same-sex marriage, because the day's going to come where somebody says, oh, you mean your gay marriage license travels? Guess what? So does my CCW.
It's a very good point. You can't have it one way or the other unless
either privileges and immunities travel or they don't. You can't have it both ways.
Very, very
good point. Can I just add something?
Go ahead,
and this
Jessica.
is a general point about progress, which is gay marriage, right, and gun control restrictions and things like that. My dad made this point to me, and I think a lot of people are going to have this conversation tomorrow, which is liberals and never Trumpers or whatever dismissed a huge voting bloc as being racist or xenophobic or whatever, and they just had economic anxiety, right? And they were sick of the status quo. And my dad said, you know, we don't stop and think about how much progress got thrust on Americans so quickly, right? Like, we elected the first black president, we got gay marriage, we have these sweeping environmental regulations, and the country is changing at a time when the economy was suffering. And obviously we've gone on an uptick now, but I mean, I think that we didn't have, and maybe I'm just speaking more on the left side of things, enough sympathy and understanding of what was really going on in the psyche of the Trump voter, the populist voter, for these kinds of things, especially when it came down to progress, because we talk about it only as a positive thing. Like, how could you not want more progress? Sometimes people just want a paycheck, right? Like, they want
to earn a living. They want to.
I think we can talk a lot about what's gone wrong with polling or what's been going wrong with the mainstream media. I think the one thing that I would say has gone wrong is that there's been a complete lack of empathy and really listening to what people are saying. It's easy to judge their decision. It's not easy to understand it. And I think
it's also something very basic. Americans, we're a free society. We don't want to be told what to do by our betters. And Barack Obama sat up there and lectured the nation for 7.5 years about who and what we are. And the left picked it up in large part. And they pushed this on the American people. And the American people finally said, you know what? Like a petulant child, we won't take this anymore. Cam, let me throw that back to you. I mean, I think that's where we are in large part.
Well, I think so. And I think, again, part of that assumption is that not all of this is progress. Like the idea of gun control automatically being progress. Well, why is a gun control law automatically seen as progress? If you believe, for instance, that our criminal justice system has institutional racism built into it, then why on earth would another gun control law, which would disproportionately target young black men, be seen as progress? I don't get that.
Let me just take the other side of this, Cam.
Advance individual liberty, that we can advance individual freedom. That is progress to a lot of Americans.
I'm just going to take the other side. I had Chris Cox on today, and sometimes I think NRA members and gun owners are afraid to just come right out and say it. Guns are freaking awesome. We love them. They're a hell of a lot of fun. I mean, I wish my AR-15 said safe, fun, more fun. But thanks to the fun police, we're not allowed to have that. Why can't we just say guns are awesome? We're Americans. We don't give a damn what the rest of the world thinks. And when you threaten our gun rights, we're going to vote you out of office.
Well, you did say that. We might be electing Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been said.
Well, I
disagree with it.
But,
I haven't shot too many guns, but...
We got to get you to the range then.
Yeah, I know. I bet you
honestly,
when we get you out
there are so
here.
many people on Twitter who've been terrorizing me for a year. They're like, come to the border. Let's go shooting guns. I'm going to have to do all this stuff now.
Go to the NRA range.
Come on. Come with us.
Hit the fun switch. I shot an M249 in Vegas. It was freaking awesome. I'll show you a video. It's really cool.
That sounds scary.
I was shooting Uzis, AKs, M4s. It was great.
I've seen that in the movies. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can do it in real life. We can arrange that. All right, Cam, my friend, you're going to pick it up tonight, just a little bit down the road. But good having you on with us.
Hey, thanks very much. Yeah, looking forward to picking things up at 1 o'clock.
All right, Cam and company from NRA News picking up the coverage of election night as it continues to play out. This is not going to end anytime soon. Going to Alex now. Alex, we've got an update from Iowa at the breaking news desk.
Yeah, Iowa was called for Trump, and that is the end of the 4 states that I thought were going to be key to him, Iowa, Ohio, North Carolina, and Florida. He's picked up all of those, which will put Donald Trump over 260 electoral votes when this is all said and done. It's just a matter of will he get to 270. It looks like it. The remaining battleground states that are out there, Arizona has Trump +4 for 11 electoral votes. Michigan has Trump +5, but it looks like a lot of red counties have yet to report. Wisconsin has Trump +4, which is contending with Ohio for the biggest shock of the night. New Hampshire, razor thin. Trump is leading there +1. Pennsylvania, this is going to be a stunner to people who've been listening throughout the night. Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania after trailing by as much as 12 points in the early going.
I think Jessica just went
Maybe California is going for
By
Trump,
the way,
actually.
Jessica, just so you know, my friends at Machine Guns Vegas offered you the VIP package. Should you want to come to Vegas?
Honestly,
I'm telling you, it is the most fun you can have.
I'm going to
And they did
Vegas
not
for
offer it to me.
Thanksgiving, and
Okay.
things may get this desperate.
Well,
So.
look, just think of it as a release. You
Just
shoot a
release your tension.
You shoot a belt-fed weapon, it'll change you.
Why didn't my vote mean more?
Yeah, so a couple
your heart.
of a couple of bright spots for Clinton is it looks like she's ahead in Maine, which there was some chatter that could go red, and Nevada she's up by 5 points. That's another.
What about Alaska?
State. So Alaska, there's no data in yet, and this was interesting because there was at least one outlier poll that said it was trending Democrat. But that said, that's probably from the same people who told us Utah was going to be a dogfight, where Trump is currently up 31%. In the poll.
And, Utah, because Evan McMullin took 22% of the vote, and he still won with over 50.
Trump's over 50%. Yeah, well, what's interesting here is you're seeing also, in terms of the electoral college, you're seeing Trump at about 238 to Clinton's 209, so she's got a long road to go. Trump's up about 1.1 million votes in the popular vote, which is also, a lot of the New York Times modeling has Clinton still being able to eke out a win in the popular vote, which would make it an even more painful night for many Democrats. But it looks like there's this thing could be coming closer to the end than I think a lot of people thought. Given the current map that is out there.
I'm not popping the champagne yet, but but I can tell you this. Let's talk about momentum for a second, because the early advantage, Andrew, was, and it is, fairly goes to the liberals, to the Democrats in the electoral college. That map, and I'm going to go back to something Jessica said earlier, we need to maybe redraw the map. That's now been tossed out. Donald Trump's broken that narrative completely wide open.
Totally.
I'm not doing this to upset Jessica. Whether it was the attempt to force Jeb Bush down the throat of because both parties tend to look at certain groups within their base as, where else are you going to go?
We
right?
own you. It's kind of the ownership
You're not going
model.
anywhere. If you're an NRA, if you're the guy with the F-150 and the NRA sticker, we know we got you, whether it's Jeb or Rubio or whoever it is. So we don't have to care about what you think anymore. And it felt like early on, and I remember speaking about this a lot, that what was the plan was to overload the field so Jeb would win with name recognition by the time it went to Florida, because people like Lindsey Graham didn't even have exploratory committees. Lindsey Graham was never talking about even running for president. Who looked at George Pataki and said, George, you are the only man for the job. The country needs you, right? Get in there, George Pataki, and fix these problems. We had Jim Gilmore didn't even get 0%. I think people didn't even know who he was. So there was Jeb, who was supposed to, sort of spread out everybody's time in the debates. We were supposed to be talking about name recognition the next day in the professional political class. And then along came Donald Trump, who no one took seriously, but he won the war of the soundbite. And one by one, people started dropping off. But the more snobbish the establishment of both parties got, the more people wanted to line up with a Make America Great hat, like this guy right here.
There you go.
But more people wanted to get behind him when it felt like the world was talking down to his supporters.
Look, I live and breathe on messaging. That's what I love to do for a living, and I'm proud to do it. Donald Trump had a message from the beginning, Make America Great Again. He had policies to support it. They were easy to understand, that everybody knows what they are. You can like them or not, but he was going to build a wall. He's for guns. He's going to create jobs, no trade. And he hammered those messages over and over again. He had the art of the soundbite. He was able to get in rough and tumble things, but he kept his message throughout. He is the only candidate who people know their messages. Does anybody remember what Jeb's was? Do you remember what Jeb's was?
Exclamation point.
No, Jeb can fix it.
Oh.
Jeb can fix it.
Yeah.
Do you know what Marco Rubio's was?
No.
Something like a bridge to the 21st century, or something like almost
No,
like
but I'm
Bill
talking
Clinton's,
about the way the
no.
base responded to Trump. I have a friend who works for the WWE, and nothing when snobbish academics look at pro wrestling as this thing that only the idiot does.
Poor dude.
Nothing
Yeah.
makes that person want to go grab a sign and get in the camera and be a part of it than being called out for their intelligence because they like professional wrestling.
I mean, there is no question that the way that people talked about Donald Trump supporters and Donald Trump added fuel to the fire and made people more excited to support him. There's no question. You're absolutely right.
All right, we've got to take a quick break here, and you're absolutely right, too. Lee Carter, Jessica Tarlov, Alex Marlow, Andrew Wilkow. Kurt Schilling comes up next. By the way, he's known for blunt speak. Kurt Schilling joins us next.
Coming up next, All the latest results on the battle to 270. SiriusXM Patriot 125. The latest on the presidential election and all the down ticket races continue. This is the Battle to 270 on SiriusXM Patriot 125.
Joining us now, the man who might run against Elizabeth Warren. I would love to see that one play out. Kurt Schilling joins us. Kurt, how are you?
I'm getting better and better by the minute. That's all I know.
Is this like watching? I mean, you've been there in the playoffs. You've been in the big game. This is it, man. This is how it plays out tonight.
Well, listen, I said this is kind of the ultimate us versus them. In sports, you always look for an us versus them kind of story to motivate or whatever. This is the ultimate us versus them. And last night, I put out my electoral map after I went through the states. And look, my entire career was based on data, stats, numbers. Everything I did was so I can navigate around numbers. And I went in. I believe the polling over the last 12 to 18 months has a built-in bias. And so I took my bias and I put it to the electoral map based on polling and and I had a Trump 306 to Clinton 232. And I listened to Twitter call me more names than they already had been calling me. But you know what? This is the country basically telling the government of this country that, you know what, we the people are going to take back over. And I love it. I absolutely love it.
But you know what's funny is the more the polling went to the way of Clinton, it felt like the more motivated Trump voters got You know, when it was almost like
question.
when the media started to make it sound like, you know, you guys got to get real here. This guy is not going to win. He's not going to be our president. It was a lot of people were going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you call-
Andrew, even today, she doesn't have the ability to talk on anyone's level. She talks down to people no matter where she's at, what she's saying, or what she does. You know, I'll tell you what, I got two of my favorite moments tonight were, number one, I think Juan Williams is about to have a seizure. And watching that on Fox has been just absolutely eye-pleasing.
Oh, lay off
number
my
one.
lawn.
Oh, my God. And the other thing is those polling companies, I don't know what kind of contracts but I'm expecting to see large lawsuits for fraud because they've lied. They have been lying and they have been misrepresenting.
Certainly not Jessica and Lee.
No, we have two good pollsters in here, so they've
But
been.
I'm saying I have yet to speak to anybody in this country, and I've been asking who's been polled. Nobody.
Well, you know, I think part of this is the change in electorate wasn't accounted for in a lot of the polling base that they used. And that's something I've been talking about, Kurt, for years now, actually. The electorate was changing, and the database these companies was using, they didn't expand. They had the cellular challenge, which was people who didn't have landlines anymore, but all they did was add cell numbers. A lot of them didn't think to go out and look at their database and the change in demographic.
And we haven't changed methodologies on how we do political polling and forever. I mean, there's so many different ways you can get at what people are thinking and how they're going to vote, what they associate with things, and it hasn't been updated in a long time. So I agree that we've missed a huge swath.
Right. But also, I think polling has been used as an electoral weapon in my lifetime. I mean, if you watch the news is unbelievably depressing. I mean, Fox has joined in the last couple of months in my mind. In the sense, you watch the news and you think, oh my God, there's just no way he can win. I mean, this is and watching the spin from everybody tonight has been as enjoyable as anything, because now everybody's saying, well, you know, I told you if something happened, he was gonna. I told you, and you know, tonight they all started out with, oh, he's got to draw to an inside straight and and you know, these people are the ultimate Monday morning quarterbacks, and it's like I said, at the end of the day, for me, the thing I'm most happy and the most proud of is I feel like the American people stood up and said, you know what, here's our Brexit, no more. We are going to take control of our country. We do not work for our government. And I think when you look at Hillary Clinton, and she is the most corrupt, despicable human being to ever run for any office ever in any country, next to some of the Eastern European spins. But this woman was a breath away from the White House here. That I don't get that. That's
Well,
not
it's
the
not
country
over
I
yet.
grew up in.
I mean, you know,
let's not call it yet.
I know. But I mean, I'm looking at Arizona's 11 and Alaska's 3.
And then Wisconsin, we've got Wisconsin.
Well,
still a
Trump's
tight
at
race.
254.
I think he breaks 300.
And what do you think he does in the popular vote?
270 is all it needs to win.
Yep, I don't care. You know, it's like hitting a home run that bounces off the top of the fence. In the box score the next day, it's a home run. Doesn't matter how far. I think he'll win the popular vote's closer than I expected it to be. But they were talking about potentially 140 million votes, and if that's the case, we're just north of 100 million now. So, you know, I don't know. I think he wins it by a lot more than I think Democrats expected it to be. But the Republican Party is going to get blown up along with the Democratic Party, and I'm not sure that's a bad thing.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. I think the parties needed a reckoning. There's a fight in both parties right now for the soul of the party. The left wing is taking over the Democrats.
And I've listened to all you guys, for the most part, talk about this. The one thing he has a chance to do that Obama had and failed is he has a chance to heal. He has a chance to still. I don't think the hardcore liberals. I mean, listen, he's going to heal the country right away when Lena Dunham leaves and Rosie O'Donnell leaves and Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, where is everyone going? Are they going to Mexico or Guatemala?
No, Canada.
Why Canada? Why do they want to go to Mexico?
That's what Donald Trump asked. He's like, just noticed. They're not saying they want to go to Mexico.
Apparently, the
But he has
Canadian
a
immigration
chance. He got a lot more of the
crashed.
black vote than anybody thought, and that was stunning to some people. But he talked to the black communities. He talked to the black churches. He talked to the black. And you know, when he said, "What do you have to lose?" I think what he was really trying to say was, "Listen, it's been almost 90 years since you turned Democrat, and what has it done for you? Nothing.
Well, it didn't do much for the vote in some of the states. We're seeing some of that coming early, that the suppressed vote for Hillary Clinton really hurt her. And the perception, as you know, in politics, that drives a lot of it. And Kurt, I've been talking about the split in the black community that's been going on for over a decade with the new generation, the suburban and exurban. They've moved out, they've moved away, they're living by fiscally conservative policies. They may not be Republicans, but now they're looking at their own future. Kurt Schilling, thanks, my friend. And
right, I'll talk to you guys.
Touch. All right, Kurt Schilling, let's go now to Clinton headquarters, just to add to the coverage here. We've got Jared Reesey, White House correspondent. Jared, have any of the surrogates come out and talked to you yet? What's going on there?
No, David, I would say slightly worse than that, in that they are not here, and many of the people in the audience are no longer here. People have been leaving. People have been crying as they've been leaving. This has been a bleak night here at the Jacob Javits Center in Western Manhattan, and a lot of the people are aware, as I'm sure you guys are, that the only path Clinton has at this point, the Associated Press has just called Nevada. She would have to win Michigan, which has a decent Trump lead at this point.
Yeah, Trump has a lead in Michigan.
Pennsylvania, where Trump has a slight lead. New Hampshire, where she has a slight lead. And she'd probably have to pick off both of the Nebraska individual districts. It does not look likely for her to get to 270 by any of those stretches. So at this point, it is a tough row to hoe, and I think that the people in this crowd seem to know.
You know, I'm still not calling this yet, Andrew.
Why are they crying?
Yeah, why
tell
are
them to
they
put on
crying?
the big girl, the big boy panties, because Republicans didn't cry when Barack Obama didn't threaten to leave the country or jump off a building or take a dog or something.
Andrew, I could tell you, having been at Mitt Romney headquarters in 2012, people were openly weeping. I mean, I was there. I was in Boston. I remember it very distinctly because I think, David, I was talking to you about it 4 years ago because we were flabbergasted by the margin again because.
Boy, somebody's glad they canceled those fireworks, huh?
Yeah, really.
I'm surprised that they didn't sell the permit to somebody else.
I can't believe they booked it in the first place.
Oh, come on.
You don't book fireworks for a general election.
This is my time.
30 minutes after the polls close. You do that the next day. You do it on Inauguration Day.
You do it on
you
the
don't do it
weekend.
30 minutes after the polls close.
By the way, speaking of good news, on Inauguration Day, you know where I'll be right before Inauguration Day? SHOT Show in Las Vegas, where I get to go shoot guns. Jared, it's all about the guns.
I see a theme develop.
You see a theme developing. Jessica Tarlov's going to go with us to a SHOT Show. Jared
It's very
Rizzi's gonna
Freudian.
Come along. Yeah, it is.
I don't need Freudian. I just need fun.
This whole election has been Freudian. So, Jared, when they do come and talk to you, give us a call and let us know, will you?
Put one of them on the phone with us.
We have not heard yet from anybody. Obviously, this has not been called, so it's totally appropriate that nobody has said to us that there's no schedule yet. But until we have an actual race call, until this is finalized in an official way, we do not expect to hear from the candidate at this time.
Yeah, by the way, I just had a Jewish guy walk by and cross himself with the sign of the cross. And he's a liberal. What does that tell you that's going on in the liberal quarters? Jared Reesey, White House correspondent for the POTUS channel. POTUS 124 from Clinton headquarters at the Javits Center. Sans fireworks. Nice talking to you, Jared.
Somebody just sent me a text on the bright side is Hillary can now finally get a divorce.
Oh, I'm the one who asked that question on air. I said, if she loses the election, can she finally divorce Bill? Because now she's not going to get the top ticket. Why would any woman stay with a man that long who has committed that many offenses that if any one of us, Andrew or myself or Alex did it, we'd be sleeping on our stomachs if we were lucky?
I'm not an apologist, but there's two things I know for sure. One is the heart has reason, which reason can't follow. And two, there's only two people in a marriage.
His heart's with the Energizer Bunny down the street.
But you know what? Like, I can't judge anybody else's marriage. No, I don't want anyone to look at mine. I don't,
Also, when that... in the 90s, the idea of a sitting first lady walking out is just not, it's not possible.
It's 2016.
Look,
listen, they have a very strong
I thought she was a strong woman, feminist.
She's got a woman card. women, everyone needs to make decisions, whatever's best for them for whatever reasons. And
I think
doubt that
it's
you're
a
going
power
to be seeing
marriage.
a Clinton divorce.
Where's Anthony Weiner going to be in all of this?
He's in
Isn't he
rehab.
riding, isn't
he's
he riding a horse
donkey
right now or
today.
something
But
like
here's
that?
a question that, I mean,
Marlowe's like that.
Can you imagine? I mean, poor
You gotta remember
Uma.
who's in the room when
I mean,
you
poor
ask
Uma,
any Wiener questions.
She had, what a year. I mean, she was 11 days, right, from
The
tasting
crown princess.
the
She was the crown
presidency.
princess.
And being the city's first lady.
And her
She was supposed to be the
husband-
city's first lady.
well, we knew that. If you watch the documentary, you know that was a long shot. But
I
I mean,
just,
what impact did the Comey thing actually have now? I mean, is it still nothing and this was just in the water, or did it have an impact? And also, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, would Bernie Sanders be doing better?
No.
Because he's a total out
Bernie
there-
Sanders had no shot.
No,
Their
it's too
only
much.
shot
But see,
was the crown
I
princess.
have a serious question about the Democratic primary. This is something that drove me nuts as a radio host. What Democrats started saying too old, too white about Republicans. John McCain, too old, too white. Mitt Romney. All of a sudden, when you had Jim Webb, who was a Republican, Martin O'Malley, Hillary Clinton, and Bernie Sanders, nobody said too old, too white. Nobody, when we had Ben Carson, Carly Fiorina,
But it
Marco
wasn't-
Rubio.
The argument about,
Ted
and
Cruz.
this is how I explained
Ted
to
Cruz.
Sean Hannity, because we got into it the night of the Iowa caucuses about this, because he said the same thing, right? He said, you know, we're the party of diversity. Look at the stage. And the argument is it's about your supporters. That you can have as many black candidates if you want, but if you don't have black supporters, you're not a party that is speaking to the African American
Who
community.
mandated that you needed a certain percentage to make yourself viable?
You
to a
mean my
community?
message is only viable if it's picked up by a certain group of people?
No. The
So Hillary
argument
Clinton-
that the Republican Party had suddenly gotten it together and was speaking to a diverse group, not just to white people, was still. I mean, we'll look at what the turnout. You know, who's
Yeah, but
voting
liberals
for
were
who now.
calling him a racist for going into the black community.
Yeah,
All
if you
these
don't
terms
go,
are
you're a
coming-
racist.
If
If you do go, you're a racist.
Well, he went into the black community, and I'm air quoting for anyone who's not actually watching this, and he spoke to an all-white audience, right?
And then he went to a black church in Detroit.
he did that. Yes, he did that once, and
But,
that went
but it's
for a while.
okay to
the
go to a
thing.
white church and talk to blacks.
You've
Okay to
gotta
go to a black
start-
church and talk to
And
whites.
you've got to start somewhere. If we know that the Republican Party is not the party of diversity at the moment, where do you start? You've got to start by inviting people in, by going where they are, and trying to get. I give him credit. I mean, I never liked the "what have you got to lose" message. I found that, like, can you imagine if you said that when you were dating someone and be like, "Look, I'm not sure if you like me, but what do you have to lose?" Like, it's
Well,
not
you know
the
what?
best
Nobody
message.
has to sleep with the president, unless you're Bill
fair.
Clinton.
But what my point is, I give him credit for trying.
Look, the bottom line is you
Rand
did
did it too.
You did, yeah. Rand did it till he went to Al Sharpton, and then he lost all my respect.
Rand Paul, I mean, listen to those guys like Tim Scott and to Newt Gingrich.
Who just
and to
got
Rand Paul-
reelected,
yes,
by
it
the
did,
way.
and who have been on the forefront of bipartisan criminal justice reform. Hats off to them. I think that's a fantastic thing to be doing. I mean, it's just, and it's different from what the Republican Party does generally.
All right, we're going to come up on our final segment before we turn it over to Cam and Company from NRA News in the Patriot Studios from our headquarters in New York City. Jessica Tarlov, Lee Carter, Alex Marlow from Breitbart News Daily, who's getting no sleep tonight. He's just going to stay up all night. I don't think he's going to leave the desk. He looks very comfortable.
You've
over
not
there.
worked in radio unless you slept on a radio station
Exactly.
couch. That's part of paying your dues in this.
Yeah, or climbing underneath the board. So there's a big board in there. And, of course, Andrew Wilkow. By the way, tomorrow night, just to tee up a couple things, tomorrow night, the amazing Kreskin sealed his prediction. I have the keys. I have the combination to the safe. It is in New York City in a storefront on 2nd Avenue. And when it comes in tomorrow night at 9 p.m., however tonight turns out, we will find out if the world-renowned mentalist who's written 19 books, been on Johnny Carson, David Letterman, Jimmy Fallon, and this year he decided to do it with me. So we'll find out if the amazing Kreskin called the election, and he said he did it months ago. We went through it. We showed it to you. and we'll release that tomorrow night. So he'll come into the studio and reveal his presidential prediction. So go out to Vegas and bet on it if you can. We'll be right back for our final segment here from Patriot headquarters, wall-to-wall coverage of the race to 270, where Donald Trump still with a fairly good lead, some close races. We'll give you an update from Alex Marlow. We do it by the numbers.
Next, continuing coverage of Election Night 2016. The Battle to 270 on SiriusXM Patriot 125. The Battle to 270. SiriusXM Patriot 125's continuing coverage of Election 2016.
From our election headquarters in New York City, the Patriot Channel also simulcast on Breitbart.com. Jessica Tarlov, Lee Carter, Alex Marlow at the breaking news desk, and Andrew Wilkow here in the studio. Coming up next, Cam and Company from NRA News. I'll be staying with you throughout the next hour as well, and then I'll be over at Fox Business. Jessica, I know, is going over to Fox News. You also going over, Lee. So the night is not over. Neither is this race, Andrew.
No, that's why.
And we are
there's
not
no gloating
calling
here.
this. There's not. We've got to be realistic until one of the candidates reaches 270, and we can, I think, safely say there is a clear.
Yeah.
I want a clear
Yeah.
270. This is not over.
Now, Fox has Hillary Clinton back up again in Pennsylvania and Michigan, so it could go that way.
Right.
But either way, I mean, as we discussed in the last segment, or maybe the one before, no matter what happens, this is a devastating hit to politics as usual, to media, to DC, to all of it. I mean,
I take that back. Donald Trump is now up in Michigan.
Okay, see. I mean,
I'm not doing it to rub it in.
changes
You're just sitting in front of the TV.
Literally in front of your
No,
sentence.
listen, I'm fully accepting of all it. I'm really wondering how either of these two is going to govern after this.
This idea of how do we unify now is going to be. I mean, it's a really good question. Come January,
right?
You know what? I think the unification is based on the process, which is how does it work in Washington, D.C. If you want to get something done, and I say this in a time when we can't afford gridlock, we have to address major issues, the economy, national security, border security, domestic and global, and so many other issues that we have to address, energy policy. Right now, you need a party that's in control that will work to pass legislation and get them signed. And gridlock is not a good thing for the country at this time. If Hillary Clinton gets into the White House, you're going to have gridlock in Washington, and we have too many challenges facing us.
But let's say that Republicans run the table, right? Retain the Senate. They obviously already retained the House, and they get Trump in office. I mean, what is the agenda going to look like then?
You really want me to?
Yeah.
I don't want unity. And I'm going to be dead serious here. The way the Democrats came in and rammed Obamacare down our throats and that stimulus package, I want the Republicans, which they never do, to take that 400-pound hammer and start smashing some of the Democrat agenda. Because here's what happens every time a Republican wins. The Democrat agenda might take a pause, but it never stops and it never rolls back. We never see Republicans, when they have a majority, never actually act like it. I mean, the spending under Bush was Democrat and Republican spending. The budget didn't change. When Democrats get a chance to advance their agenda or roll back the Republican agenda, they take it and they run with it and they fight like hell, and I respect them for doing it. I want to see Republicans actually fight as hard as Democrats and say, you know what, maybe we are going to start privatizing Social Security. Maybe we are going to close the Department of Education. And maybe we're going to repeal Obamacare and let the free market decide how health care is delivered because we're in charge now.
No, there's a point at
no
which you
personal
have to
offense on
govern.
that.
Tell you
No,
what,
none
let's
taken.
take Ron. I tell you what we will do is take Ron in Iowa, one of those states that surprised us tonight. 866-95-PATRIOT. Go ahead, Ron. All right, we don't have Ron there, so let's move down to Kevin in Michigan. Go ahead, Kevin. All right, guys, I'll put that on hold. You guys figure that out in there. Let's go over to the breaking news desk. Alex Marlow, what's going on?
Yeah, guys, so we're looking at still a handful of swing states that are out there, and theoretically Hillary could get to 270 still if she picks them all up, but the numbers are not looking good. Wisconsin with 84% in, Donald Trump winning by 4.5% there. Michigan, Trump's lead has expanded again to 1%. That's what I said earlier. It looks like a lot of rural counties were going to report in there.
And that's still the red counties
the
that
red
we're looking
counties
at.
And Arizona.
Still reporting. Arizona, Trump has separated from Clinton by about 4% there with 65% in. So that one is looking like it's going to go into the Trump camp. And then Pennsylvania now, Donald Trump is up by about 30,000 votes with 95% in. That is a nail biter, but that could be the dagger ultimately. New Hampshire, Trump maintaining a lead of about 800 total votes with 81% in. Yes.
If I had to project New Hampshire based on the ground game, and I'm heavily involved in New Hampshire, as you know, when you look at what happened in New Hampshire with Maggie Hassan versus the people of New Hampshire, and you look at the fact that you have a Sununu on the ticket for the governorship, and Kelly Ayotte, for all her ups and downs and foibles, still running a strong race. Yeah. New Hampshire looks likely to be the up and down ballot win for the Republicans this time. I think that is a fair assessment of New Hampshire based on looking at the people on the ground. Also, the Trump camp was very smart in New Hampshire. They co-located with counties. In states like Ohio had 3 parties? But in New Hampshire, for instance, in Belknap County, they're sharing the same space. So when you came in a retail politics way, you talked about the Senate, you looked down ballot at Congress or whatever other races, the governorship, and you had the Trump campaign there. That was smart politicking.
I mean, it's interesting. That does sound very smart. I mean, what's astounding here is This morning we have 5 times the number of staffers on the ground, right? The Democrats versus the Republicans.
Right.
And so maybe that argument about look at the rallies, look at the size of the crowds.
See, normally I wouldn't go with
And
that because
enthusiasm.
Ron Paul had crazy rallies, and then in the
But
end,
not in a sustained way. I mean, not over 18
Right, and they had to
months.
translate. Those rallies had to translate to votes.
So as a researcher, I do both qualitative and quantitative research, and I don't believe you can do one without the other. So what does that mean? It means just surveying people doesn't get at their emotions all the time. But when you talk to folks, so when you see people at rallies, when you have conversations one-on-one, when you start to understand what's going on behind this, that's when you start to really understand what's going on. So that enthusiasm level, that like what is going on there, that understanding you don't get from raw numbers. You can only get it from watching the rallies, from having conversations, from hearing the passion in people's voices. And I think that a lot of this is going to come down to that.
All right, speaking of the raw numbers, Richard Berg Anderson joins us. Before we finish the hour, let's get an update, the electoral map, where we are right now, what the numbers look like. Richard, how are you?
Okay, I guess. It's what you have all been talking about. It's. I think last week when I was on last Tuesday, I talked about the core of the Rust Belt: Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin being a key area, and those look like that's where Donald Trump's going to win this election.
So let's look at the key or the close, not the key, but the close races right now. Richard, what do we still have? Michigan with a narrow lead. And I called Pennsylvania as the wild card in this. Take a look at those two. Dig a little deeper into those two states.
Well, Michigan, I think, is again, like I said, the core of the Rust Belt. You clearly have that whatever motivated the voters, whether you want to call it anger, economic anger. I think you have the suburban gray collar, blue collar people, and I think those are the people who decided to vote for Trump instead of Hillary Clinton. Some of them were going to vote for Trump anyway, and I think that's what probably is going to allow Trump to pull that out. Pennsylvania is, as you said, is still up in the air, but it's beginning to look more and more like it's Trump's state to win. And in addition, I heard what you said about New Hampshire, and I agree totally from a completely different perspective. As I think I've told you, I have a lot of family up in New Hampshire, and it's exactly what you said. It's the one area where clearly the Trump and the Republican Party were in sync. In a lot of areas of the country, the party and Trump were not in sync, but New Hampshire was the one state where they were. And I think that's going to make the difference in New Hampshire as well.
So looking at the count right now, and Andrew Wilkow was here with me, as you know, Richard brought this up earlier. If Michigan comes in, I think that's what. If Michigan comes in, we're at 270.
That's just 270. It's 16 electoral votes in Michigan. It's 270.
Yeah, 60. Yeah, I don't see a path for Hillary Clinton to block that.
What has been Michigan's history?
When the calls come in, and we see that Trump has at least 270, that's when people can say he's the next president of the United States.
Well, you know what's funny about this race is that, when you look at the Trump supporters and you have people that are constantly saying, well, you guys are violent and you're narrow-minded and the country's changing and if you don't like it, you're a racist. If you were to take 20 million Chinese and put them into Mexico, I don't think the Mexican people, if their government said, well, you're going to be changed whether you like it or not, they would accept it. When you threaten someone, very few people like to be changed and be told they're going to be changed whether they like it or not. And when you do that, when you talk down to people and you poke their finger in their chest long enough, they're going to say, you know what? They're going to turn that finger around and do one of these. I'm flipping the bird. Oh, we are. The camera's right there. Sorry. But you get the point that I saw a meme that somebody put up that tweeted to me, and it said, Donald Trump, F you, that's why. And, that's a very powerful way to look at it, that when people feel like they're backed into a corner and they're
going to fight harder. It's the cornered
that they're
tiger.
being spoken down to, and they're being told that their concerns aren't legitimate, and they're being told if they don't gobble up every ounce of the progressive agenda, they're in a basket of deplorables. That if, God forbid, you think it's not a good idea for for grown men to be using the girls' room, you go an issue too far, and some people say, you know what, I've had enough of. I'm not going to let you lecture me anymore. I don't care if you don't like me. I don't care if you look down on me. I'm going to go out and vote, damn it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you're saying right now.
I think that's very true. I think that's precisely what this election is about. I do think that the country is slowly changing in terms of the demographics. It is becoming less white-dominated, less necessarily Christian-dominated, but I do think that the manner in which this election was being handled by the Clinton people led to exactly what you're talking about. And essentially what's happening is you have a group that has lost some of its predominance, and they're angry that in the course of losing that predominance, they're being marginalized. And that's the problem. You can't marginalize people, regardless of what the census data tells you, how many of one type of group or one religious group or live in various areas of the country. And I think that's what's playing out in this election.
Well, some of those people who bitterly cling to their guns and their Bibles in Pennsylvania may well weigh in on this presidential election after all. Richard Berg Anderson, political analyst for the Green Papers, thegreenpapers.com. The numbers, the analysis will be there. Richard, always a pleasure.
Fine, and I'm glad you had me on, and I thank you very much, and it was enjoyable all year long.
Richard has been solid for us. I got to tell you, the guy is great when it comes to the numbers. Thank you, Richard.
You're very welcome.
Wrapping up here, Andrew Wilkow and Alex Marlow. I know, God, can you
You
believe
know
it?
what's funny is that when Republicans were accused of otherizing, as they called it, Barack Obama, it seemed like at the same time Democrat pundits and academics were otherizing Donald Trump supporters.
Yeah.
You're
no
not
question.
you're not part of this new America.
This is what you are. This is who you are.
That's
and
the progress point that I was maybe inarticulately making, that they were cloaked in these isms, right?
Mhm.
And they were just saying, we're not making enough money, or we're working really hard and we're not earning enough, or my premium went up this amount. And
Yeah, don't tell me what and who
But
I
maybe
am. Let me
there's
tell
just
you
a
my
little bit of
reality.
and what about me over here?
Well,
Remember
this is
me? I'm here.
Well, yeah, and that's the middle of the country.
Inclusion doesn't mean kicking somebody out.
That's right.
Well, no, but exclusion does mean doing that, which he boasted. I just want to say one quick thing. The millennial numbers is very distressing to me as a Clinton supporter. She only got 55% of the share, and Trump took away 37%. That's something that we were totally banking on.
And it didn't turn in for the. All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that closes it out for our first 4 hours. 1
our
hour
first
still
4
to go.
hours.
I'm going
Oh, what a
for
night.
the extra hour. We'll be back next hour. Thanks, everyone.
There's a point about millennials, though. If the only authority figure they've known in their life is Barack Obama, it's funny how young people have a way of rebelling against authority.
Good Wednesday morning to you. Welcome to another edition, a special live edition of Cam and Company, sponsored by Nosler here on SiriusXM Patriot 125. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Cam Edwards, your host. Alongside, we've got in studio here, just outside of Washington, D.C., Andrew Langer from the Institute for Liberty. In New York, we have David Webb. We have Lee Carter. And right now, we have a very, very close race here. It looks like Donald Trump, in the next few minutes, could cross the magic number of 270 electoral votes. We are still looking at Pennsylvania, where 96% of the vote is in. Donald Trump clinging to a lead of about 30,000 votes, clinging to a lead right now in the state of Michigan. It is neck and neck in the state of New Hampshire right now. Hillary Clinton, 47.5%. Donald Trump, 47.4%. Donald Trump with a slight lead in Arizona. Hillary Clinton's path to the presidency has narrowed considerably. New York Times, their election widget right now, a 95% plus probability that Donald Trump is elected the next president of the United States. I want to bring in David Webb and Lee Carter up in New York. David, thank you for sticking with us. I know it's been a long night for you already.
Well, you know what? This is what we do it for, right, Cam? We've got 19 months. I started the broadcast tonight by saying March 23rd, 2015. I do remember where I was when Ted Cruz announced, and 19 months later, here we are. And it's just been an incredible journey, my friend.
It has been. Andrew Langer with us here in studio. You predicted earlier today, you said you didn't think that we would know who the winner is because you expected maybe some court challenges.
I got to
and
tell you
maybe we're
something.
going to get those court challenges. Look, Hillary Clinton's not walked out onto the stage yet here.
I'd put money that we're going to get challenges.
I think I actually am now. I'm going to be a little bullish tonight, and I'm going to say we may wind up with this evening being 269 to 269. Cam, I'm just
not if Michigan comes in.
Oh
though.
man.
You know,
But that's a Trump win because if 269 comes in, we have a Republican House. Mm-hmm. That's a win for Trump.
God bless America.
David, I agree with that. The one thing that I've been saying consistently for the last week or so, and I months ago it said that Trump was going to go all the way with this, but for the last week and a half, I've been saying that in these states like New Hampshire, Nevada now, not really, but the states where there is these razor-thin margins, I can't imagine that Hillary Clinton is going to concede. And you can push back and say, well, with the way the Democrats were giving Trump so much guff about not being willing to say that he would not contest the results, they're hypocrites. They will go against that. But
here's the thing, though. Yeah. I don't see a whole lot of states out there that have gone for Donald Trump by a razor-thin margin. I mean, you look at Florida right now, 98% of the vote is in. Trump, 49.1%. Clinton, 47.7%. You're looking at 130,000 vote differential. North Carolina, Trump, 50.6%. Clinton, 46.7%, with 98% of the vote in. In Ohio, Donald Trump, 52.1%. Clinton, 43.5%. Those are those three key battleground states that Donald Trump needed to win. And it looks like not only did he win, but he won fairly convincingly. If you're Hillary Clinton, what's the state that you challenge, Lee?
Pennsylvania.
Yes,
I wonder about Pennsylvania, but could they Lee challenge Pennsylvania when you've seen the shift in population? Lehigh Valley, I've called this from day one, into the Lehigh Valley, out west Allentown, Harrisburg, which went bankrupt. Those areas, if they go heavily for Trump, there's not a challenge there.
Well, I mean, that's right. But if it's as close as it looks right now, and if, she could challenge it, and I've heard rumblings already that it's being discussed that she might.
And
before it's
David,
even called.
remember, if we look back at what happened in Florida in 2000, they cherry-picked districts, cherry-picked precincts that they knew would favor Clinton or at that time Gore votes. They cherry-picked those to go and try to find those votes or mine those votes. I could see that happening in Pennsylvania, and as I said, I could see it happening in New Hampshire as well, depending. And then I'm sort of looking down, Cam, and trying to figure out what other states. Listen, you never put it past these guys. There's always a possibility.
I understand that, but I also do think, too, given the the questioning of Donald Trump, will you accept the election results? Will you accept the election results? For the Democrats to then turn around and say, whoa, we're not accepting these election results. I know they don't care.
Hey, guys, are you predicting Democrat hypocrisy in politics?
And look,
Come on,
if they want a catastrophe in the midterms, where they're going to be playing defense in Congress, if they want to lose any sort of goodwill that they might have built up with the American people, go ahead and do a complete 180 and reverse course and not accept the election results and see what the American people see how the American people respond.
Can I just put to our pollster who's here with us, Lee Carter from Maslansky Lunds Partners. Let's talk about the reddening of America for a moment, because we talk about down ballot, but guys, I want to push up ballot. We've changed legislative seats at the state level. We've seen I think it's over 1,100 now since 2012. We've seen governorships. We've kept the number of governorships. New Hampshire may well be another Republican governor tonight for the first time in 20 years, a true change agent governor in Chris Sununu. Is it possible that combined push from the top down, the failure, and the bottom up demand for more, from a polling perspective, is that the new? We talk about new polling models. Should we poll bottom up?
I think we should definitely be polling differently. Whether it's bottom up, top down, I'm not sure. But what I do know for sure is that our country is changing, and it's changing drastically. And I think that when we're looking at states like Michigan and Pennsylvania and saying, well, I think there's a good chance that it's going to be won by Donald Trump and the Republicans, we're seeing a changing demographic. And you look at where Democrats are winning, it's in places where the elites live. It's where, and what I think people are saying is that the elites are out of touch with the real Americans and America. And to reject the notion, to reject what Americans are saying is to reject. It's to reject what leadership is all about. It is, this is a government by the people, for the people, of the people.
I think the people are fed up and have said, "What happened to the of the people?"
Exactly
part?
Right. And so you look at leaders now who are of the people, and we can say Donald Trump he might be very wealthy, but he feels of the people. And there's so many people who say he represents the American dream. Whether he's, we can debate how he got his beginnings, but he seems to have started a business, created an empire, done something beautiful with his name and all of this, and people can say, I can aspire to that. And
Cam, and you and I have talked about this before so many times. There's nothing wrong with selling success in America. There's nothing wrong with being wealthy. To Lee's point, you want to grow to be that. And who says that because you're wealthy, you're disconnected from those who are not?
Well, absolutely. But, again, you look at both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, they have wealth, right? But you look at how that wealth was created. Donald Trump's an entrepreneur. Donald Trump took risks. Sometimes he failed. Sometimes he succeeded. Entrepreneurship is what has driven this country forward. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, she didn't create anything. She didn't build anything. She sold herself. And she was a part of Bill Clinton Incorporated. That's the sort of crony capitalism that I think has really angered a lot of Americans. And so, to that end, yes, we're talking about two wealthy individuals, but they represent how they got their wealth in very different ways.
And I think, too, when you talk to Americans, you talk to voters right now, there's this feeling that it's never going to happen for me. Wealth and and success is for somebody else, and it's passing me by. And you see these people who are getting it over and over again, Bush after Bush after Bush, Clinton after Clinton, and all of the Wall Street money, and the people say it's not coming to me. I want to see something where it's my turn, my chance, and I can see myself in it. And I think a lot of people, whether you like Donald Trump or not, say, I can see he seems like a normal guy who worked really hard and created an empire, took risks, did all these things, has some great kids, and I would like to see myself in his shoes. And by the way, I could do that. And I think it's making things attainable and achievable for people again. And that's the American dream. That's what people
it's
want.
Opportunity. It's possibility. It's that, maybe I don't become a billionaire, but I have a shot. And to the point that you guys made earlier, when you talk about Clinton, what has she done to acquire her wealth? Tell me the building where her employees work that they built where people earn a living to take care of their families, like they do at the new Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C., or like they do at the Trump Tower, which is a business tower here in New York. Where are those buildings? No, they've amassed over $200 million in wealth, built a $2+ billion, quote, air quotes, charity, which, when you look at it, it has Digicel and Dennis O'Brien and fraud and pandering and the selling of influence. And Cam, call it something as basic as our Second Amendment rights in America. Mm-hmm. We have some basic needs in America and some basic demands, and the Clintons don't fill that. They are the elites telling us who and what we are.
Did you see the Washington, this is a side note, but this is getting back to the elites. Did you see the Washington Post article that says ranch dressing is what's wrong with America?
Yes, I've seen this.
And then there's another thing, like, do you eat like a Republican or a Democrat? And the Republican answer is like a Big Mac. Like, when did we judge people to this extent? Like, what is wrong with wanting a Big Mac and ranch dressing?
It's interesting because I literally was just speaking at my lefty high school up in New York, up in the Bronx. And they did this little bit where they asked the students to give their perception of what a Republican looks like. And as you can imagine, it's sort of what you would expect a lefty high school in New York, old white men, fat, dumb, all of those things. And then, of course, I then go out there and have to sort of dispel these notions. But, that's exactly right. Paul Krugman essentially said it tonight. We do not, we, the New York Times elitists and the folks who read our paper, we do not understand what the rest of the country is about. And I think it gets down to the most telling statistic. Cam and I were talking about this earlier today, this Ipsos Reuters poll that came out, that 57% of Americans surveyed, these exit polling today, 57% said they do not recognize their country anymore.
Okay, well, but look at some of the other data points that we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Center for Public Integrity came out and said of the journalists who donated to a political campaign, 95% of those donations went to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
You can find roughly that same margin in federal employees donating to Hillary Clinton, in the entertainment industry donating to Hillary Clinton, in the in academia, in Silicon Valley. These are institutions that each and every one of us as Americans interact with, and yet they don't resemble the country in the slightest. And they don't want to resemble the country.
That's the key.
They don't want to let us in. They don't want to have a conservative balance in the newsroom or on the editorial page or at Facebook or at Google. They don't want that.
They don't want the debate. They want to stifle it.
Exactly. That's exactly right. They want to stifle the debate and are willing to use any and all tools to go to that end. That may be the most stunning part of this, of the possibility of Donald Trump having been elected president today, or last night, or whenever, is this idea that we're going to actually push back, and these voices that the left has been trying to silence for the last 8 years will actually be able to speak once again.
Well, let me give you a quick example, if I can, since this is NRA News, Cam and Company, and I want to focus on a couple of races that probably haven't been discussed.
By the way, I'm sorry, Cam.
Tonight.
Can I just interject? It came in my ear in a moment. I don't know if you heard it down there. Toomey has won Pennsylvania. So with Toomey in Pennsylvania, that looks just a little bit better if the balloting works for Trump.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And with Toomey, with that race being official, again, I would expect that Pennsylvania, we might get a call in the presidential race here in the next couple of minutes. But you look at the background check issue that Michael Bloomberg has spent tens of millions of dollars on this year. Just in the last quarter alone in Nevada, the anti-gun folks raised $13.3 million. $13 million of that came from Michael Bloomberg. Now, he may have bought a victory, but right now, the Las Vegas Review-Journal says, question 1, to expand background checks on firearms, yes, 50.7%, no, 49.3%. In Maine, where there was another background check referendum on the ballot, 78% of the precincts reporting no, 52% on expanding background checks, yes, 48%. Bloomberg, again, this is one of those issues where we are told all the time 90% of Americans want these things, and yet that's not the result that we're seeing on an election night.
And that's
it's
a lot like
argument.
the social issue. Remember the voting on gay marriage in California? where it was blacks who came out and voted over 80% against it. But blacks were being told, because you're blacks and you're Democrats, you have to agree with this agenda. Americans are getting sick of being told what to do on issues that matter to them. And frankly, our Constitution and our Bill of Rights says we have the ability to choose what matters to us. And by the way, your agreement's not required.
And I also think that there's a slippery slope argument to be made that people are afraid to say, if I do this, then I'm giving it all up, because they're afraid that people are going to take advantage of just a little bit that you're giving. Because I think there's no question that most Americans agree we need to be kept safe. And that is, that is our number one priority. So when asked these kinds of questions, you're going to say, yeah, I'd like it to be a little safer for people to have guns, and I wouldn't like it to get in the hands of crazy people. Like, we can all agree on that. But when you're
that's like agreeing on air is necessary to
I know.
breathe.
So that's the way it can look in the polls, and so you get these 90% numbers. Of course I believe that. But then you put it on a ballot in front of me, and I'm sitting there thinking, gosh, does that mean I'm not going to be able to go hunting with my kids? Does that mean that I'm not going to be able to share this with my family? Does it mean all of these things? Whether it's even just to have fun with it. But I think when you put that in front of somebody, it's a very different decision than saying, theoretically, do you want it to be safer to have a gun? Well, yeah.
Because who's the person that says, I don't want it to be safer? And by the way, Cam, how many times over the years have we talked about this? They have the mayors against illegal guns. Would you please find me the mayors for illegal guns?
Well, look, and this is one of the issues that we saw play out in both Maine and Nevada, where you had a number of law enforcement organizations come out in opposition to these background check bills, saying this isn't going to make us safer. And when you have the folks who are actually going to be enforcing these laws saying, we're not asking for this tool in our toolbox. In fact, we don't think it's a really useful tool. We want something else. We want to make sure that violent criminals actually get prosecuted. The idea, the impetus behind the gun control movement is to put more laws on the books. Well, right now, in our criminal justice system, about 97% of cases are plea bargained down. We have stories each and every day here on Cam and Company where we talk about career violent criminals who are getting slaps on the wrist, who are constantly allowed to take a plea bargain, and they get sentenced to less time. And then they get time off for good behavior when they're behind bars. And so you have armed robbers who are doing 2 years. The idea that we're going to all of a sudden put more people behind bars because they illegally possess a firearm, not even because they're involved in a violent crime, but Michael Bloomberg wants to put those folks who illegally possess a firearm, just a possessory offense, in prison for 3.5 years. Let's have this conversation. Let's talk about this, because I don't think that's where the American people want to go here. You're right. We do want to make sure that we are safe. We want to make sure that our communities are safe. But just look at Chicago. The idea that slapping another gun control law on the books is going to make us safer is asinine.
When the very people that are being harmed by this, or the people that would benefit from the ability to safely possess, be trained, and own a firearm, are the people in those bad neighborhoods who, if they get rid of their Second Amendment rights or their ability to exercise it, they're relegating themselves to police response time. And unfortunately, the robber or the bullet are not going to wait for the patrol car to show up.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Listen, I tell you what, let's go ahead and take our first time out of the hour here. When we come back again, we are expecting, you've got 90 in Pennsylvania right now, 97% of the vote is in. Donald Trump, 48.7%. Hillary Clinton, 47.7%. Donald Trump has actually been adding to his lead in Pennsylvania. Looks like that could be called for Donald Trump here very soon. Donald Trump still leading in Michigan, 48.3%. Hillary Clinton, 46.5%. 81% of the vote is in there. In New Hampshire, 86% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton with about a 500 vote lead, 47.5 to 47.4%. So we're going to take a quick time out. We have more election night returns for you, more coverage. Going to be talking with David Webb, Lee Carter, Andrew Langer. Going to be taking your calls as well, so stick around. There is much more Cam and Company, sponsored by Nosler, coming up next.
All right. So, thanks for hanging, kid. This
All
has
right.
been a blast.
This is a historic night.
Yeah.
What do we got?
jump. It's okay. Just step back from the ledge. Take a deep breath. Tomorrow the sun will rise. And hopefully, we can start to move America forward. Cam Edwards, your host here on this special election night edition of NRA News Cam and Company, sponsored by Nosler. News here with Pat Toomey projected to win his Senate seat. That would keep the U.S. Senate in Republican hands. Already it looks like Republicans have held on to the House, so there is a very, very good chance that we could be looking at a scenario that I said actually earlier today. I said this is a scenario that I don't think the left has really considered. Waking up tomorrow morning with Republicans having taken the White House and kept the Senate and the House of Representatives. David, how much of a shock to the system is this for the average progressive commentator or thought leader? All right, we may have lost our connection with David Webb. I'm not hearing David right now.
No, neither am I, but he may not be back.
Oh,
but
are you back?
Are we back? Okay, there we go. We got it back.
There you
All
go.
right, so on that, the first shock is the Senate staying in Republican hands. It kills the Harry Reid nuclear option, all the things they were planning to do.
Does it?
That's
Does it,
key.
David?
Well,
Or do Republicans now say, listen, if this was good for the goose, why isn't it good for the gander?
No, I'm not saying, but it kills it for the Democrats. The Democrats were going to use it when it came to the Supreme Court, to other key issues they wanted to go for. Also, it protects the American people a little bit more from a potential Hillary Clinton win. Look, I'm not calling this until the final number's in, but it gives a little hope. And I got to tell you, Democrats are apoplectic right now, Lee, because they were Hillary went down ballot. She thought she had Donald Trump, and then everything blew up on her.
I mean, there's no question that Democrats are apoplectic right now, but I've got to say a lot of Republicans are sitting there with their jaws on the floor because nobody expected this to happen.
That's right. The establishment said Trump was
going
to lose the down ballot. It was going to be a disaster. Joe Heck and everybody.
Over here. Yeah, there was not a single scenario that said this is what's going to happen. Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. We're keeping the House. We're keeping the Senate. Every Republican was hedging their bets too on that.
Jeff Flake, all these other
No
Republicans
question.
who stepped
People are,
out.
Everybody's scratching their heads now, going.
You know, Kelly Ayotte with the slim margin in New Hampshire, and I like Kelly personally. The write-in for Pence, dumb idea. Your vote matters.
Every vote matters.
The question that I have then is, if Chuck Schumer becomes the new Senate Minority Leader, which it's looking like he will, how does this? Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I mean, how does this change the scenario? Say what you will. I mean, Schumer's a politician. He's certainly got political acumen. I don't think he's quite. I don't know. Maybe I'm being naive here, but I'm not sure that he's as politically ruthless is probably not the right word.
No, he's more of a smooth operator.
That's exactly it.
He's not a very ruthless politician, very smart politician, but I don't think he is the loyal opposition to the Republicans. Harry Reid was brutal, ruthless, and he would play any card that he ever needed to. I don't see that in Chuck Schumer. I don't like Schumer, but he's not that ruthless, and he's not that loyal opposition.
Reid was the Senate's embodiment of a Stalinist party apparatchik who was out there to enforce party rule at all costs. I mean, that was his role. But you're right, Schumer is in a different mold in terms of being a bit more collegial in all this. But then again, Schumer was counting on having Hillary Clinton as president and being the Senate Majority Leader. So I'm not sure.
I wonder what Chucky Schumer's thinking right now.
The pressure is going to be on Chuck Schumer to not be collegial at all.
That's exactly right.
The pressure is going to be on Democrats in Congress now to be the obstructionists. Instead of Hillary Clinton working to try to join America together, all of that falls by the wayside because it was all about Hillary Clinton leading that charge. If it's Donald Trump in the White House, if it's Mitch McConnell as Senate Majority Leader, if Paul Ryan is reelected as Speaker, the Democrats don't want to play nice. With these folks.
And they can't afford to. Hey, guys, I've got to jump here, unfortunately. I hate to leave Cam and Company. I never want to do that. Lee and I have to go across the street. Can't you tell I'm wearing my makeup for those of you watching on the live stream? But I've got to go over to Fox Business now with my friend David Asman and Melissa Francis. Lee's headed over to Fox News in an hour. So I hate to leave you, but we've got to wrap up here. And if I could, Cam, borrow a minute. or less from you and wrap up for our Breitbart.com audience. You've been part of this, Cam and company from NRA News, always big part of the Patriot family. Nice to have this crossover to those that watched on Breitbart.com. It'll be up there for you. It's on the YouTube channel. Go there and check it out. Great coverage tonight. Let me just say thank you, Andrew Wilkow, Alex Marlow, Lee Carter, Jessica Tarlov, all our great guests, the team. I mean, look at them in there. We've got everybody working hard tonight. Binns and Beth and Paul and Lindsay and of course Greg running everything from the top down. Dan, the Breitbart team. We got to credit everybody. I know I missed some people in there, but thank you all. Cam, take it away, my friend. We're in good hands on the Patriot channel as always, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow night with the amazing Kreskin. For those of you watching on Breitbart.com, the Kreskin reveal tomorrow night, my show, 9:05 p.m. I have the combination to the safe. I'll open it for you.
All right, David Webb, thank you.